No, Mr. Producer, I think they'd rather watch the captain talk about Venom. So what if the Orange Man's over at Madison Square Garden? There's much more important things to talk about. Suppose we should get this show on the road. It's the Captain's Cast. Well, hello. How are you? Welcome to the Captain's Cast. We're going to be talking Venom. Is this movie good? Is it fan service? Is it excellent? Is it a dumpster fire? We're going to discuss. Because I've watched this film, and let's face it, you haven't heard the most interesting opinion until you've heard Captain Garrett's opinion. That's right, I am Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel. Our continuing mission to explore strange, fictional science fiction worlds, to seek out new nerd life and new nerd civilizations. Welcome aboard, and in addition to that, we have got to talk about Agatha is absolutely a failure. We shared the Saba numbers last week, but there are more numbers proving nobody's watching this show, including yours truly. I really did consider it. You know, there's no reason in particular to hate Agatha more than any other MCU product. It's just boring. I only have so many of them in me, folks. It's just a reality. But before all that, I thought we might take a walk down memory lane. Because let's face it, folks, there's a kind of legend which has been percolating, let's say. And it goes something like this. Disney has run Lucasfilm into the ground. And I'm here to tell you that that's not exactly true. Hear me out. I'm here to tell you that Lucasfilm has been a shit show right from the beginning, even when they seem to be doing some good things such as Rogue One. And I'm going to prove it to you. And this latest exit of a writer from the Rey film is proof that every single one of these is like this. Every single one of them. So we're going to talk about that. We have so much to talk about. Tom Holland's going to be in a Christopher Nolan movie. That's going to have the commander, D-Day Cobra, Jeremy over there. He's going to just go crazy. He won't be able to contain himself. Such a Nolan fanboy as he is. I'm something of a Nolan fanboy myself. Very interesting. Holland does seem like the kind of actor that would be in a Nolan film. But I was talking to another fan of Spider-Man recently, and we agree that Spider-Man, this IRL acquaintance of mine, we agree that Spider-Man is the greatest superhero of all time. It's not even close. Like, it's not even close. He's just the best, folks. Face it. He has the coolest powers. He has the most interesting problems. He's got the pluckiest resolve. He's the nicest guy. He's your friendly neighborhood Peter Parker. Peter Parker. Spider-Man is to whom I refer. Miles is fine, but he's irrelevant to this discussion. So we'll talk about that. The Penguin continues to be awesome. We are 5 episodes deep. I really hope we see Joseph Ricci today. Joseph, I want you back, man. 5 episodes deep, and it has not shit the bed yet. I think that's kind of an achievement. It's fantastic. I love this show. In fact, if it just continues on this trajectory, I'm telling you, perfect. It's a perfect game. Perfect game. Loving it. Absolutely loving it. So we'll talk about all of that. What was I saying? Oh, yes. I was talking about Spider-Man being the best superhero. And I had some sort of point to make, but I forgot. So on to you, chat. Wrangler is too kind. Wrangler says, hail, everybody. Sorry, I can't make it today. I'm going to be at a church event. Church, really? This is more important than church? Listening to me, Captain Garrett. of the Swords and Starships channel bitch about Agatha Shills? Is somehow your eternal soul is more important than that? Well, very well. Wrangler says, Hale, I'm sorry I can't make it today. I'm going to be at a church event when the stream starts, but hopefully I can join a bit later. Have a great show, Captain and crew. Why, thank you, Wrangler, with a $4.20 super chat. That is too kind, sir. Before the show even started. A toast to you, sir. A toast to you. I saw Redoubt Productions over there on the Discord. Wondered what we're going to be talking about. It's going to be all over the board, Redoubt. So you just wait. Fu Man Blue says, I can watch both. LOL. Yeah. Is that, are you watching D-Day Cobra, the Madison Square Garden? The Orange Man, long may he reign? But let's face it, folks. The total implosion of Disney Lucasfilm and my thoughts on Venom are far more important. Far more important. Fu Man Blue says, for the record, you only get this profile picture for one stream. Oh, yeah. If you can't tell, that's me and the Fu Man at the San Antonio meetup right there in this profile picture. So, yeah, I met Fu Man Blue at the meetup, and my dad met him, too, and he liked my dad more than me, which is not surprising at all. My dad is an extrovert. I'm not. I'm an introvert. It's much different for me. But my dad, I bring my dad to these things because, you know, he can strike up a conversation with literally anyone, and he's a hoot. Let's face it, he's a hoot. And he's, you know, I feel that I inherited my intelligence from both of my parents. They're very intelligent. And my sibling as well. Extremely, very, very bright. And he knows a lot. He comes across like he's a blue-collar guy, but he knows a lot about a lot of things. We talk science fiction all the time. And Fu Man Blue and my pops just hit it off. So next meetup, you gotta be there. I signed 2 copies of Blood and Oak, the first book and the second, Wolves Will Eat, for Fu Man Blue. Thank you, Fu Man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you reading my work. I hope you enjoy it, sir. The work is for the audience and the art itself. It's not for me. Not at all. Grandmaster is aboard and says, ahoy. Ahoy, Grandmaster. Assume your post. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Fu Man Blue says, hail, Grandmaster. Grandmaster says, amen, Wrangler. Thank you, Grandmaster. Fu Man Blue says, Spider-Man has been my favorite since I was a lad. He's the best. The best? What's that song? What is that 80s song? You're the best around. Nothing ever gonna keep you down. That's Spider-Man. Skunk's Workshop is in the chat. It says, Blood and Oak, Wolves Will Eat are some big honkin' some bishes. What? Some bishes? Some bishes. Did not expect this. LOL. Blood and Oak and Wolves Will Eat are some big... Oh, you mean the books are thick. Yeah, it's a lot. Believe it or not, Skunks, I cut out 30,000 words minimum from both of those books in the rewrites. That was hard, too. I cut whole chapters. That's the hardest part of writing, I think, is, you know, murdering your darlings, you know? It's made it better, though. Like, everything I cut out, I honestly, I don't even miss it. You're going to love it, though, Skunks. Trust me. I predict that by the time you get into Wolves Will Eat, you're just not even going to have time for anything else because you're just going to have to go to the next page and the next page and the next page all the way to the end. And then you're going to be begging me for book 3. But until then, enjoy. Redoubt Productions is in the chat and says, thou shalt speak of the Shills, thou shalt speak of the Shills, so we shall not be corrupted by their debauchery. Listen, Redoubt, we're on a mission of mercy. The Shills suffer from a terrible disease called shillery by proxy. It imposes social awkwardness and a slavish devotion to Disney and all of their drivel. It makes the basic functions of life nearly impossible for these poor Shills. They don't even know how much they suffer. They just suffer. They suffer. And we're on a mission of mercy to save them. We're going to bring them back. We're going to reinvigorate in them high standards of storytelling. We are going to disabuse of them their knee-jerk reaction to blame all critique of bad storytelling on bigotry and other associated societal ills. Or we're going to laugh at them and have a really good time. Either way, we're going to have some fun. What do you think? Fu Man Blue says, if the captain had been as drunk as his dad, it would have been different, but it was a school night. Yes, I don't drink, which is part of my problem. I'm at a bar, but I used to, and it's a little difficult. It's a little difficult adjusting to being at a bar and not drinking. So, you know, plus I was the designated driver. My dad did not have that impediment. Well, thanks for being here, chat. So let's talk Venom. What do you think of Venom, huh? Have you seen it? Redoubt Productions says, General John Bell Hood thought he could save the Confederacy in November of 1864. Then he got to Franklin, Tennessee. Some things can't be saved, Captain. Yes. You know, Redoubt, you need to read Victor Davis Hanson's book, The Savior Generals. You've got to read this book. Because he goes through the 5 generals throughout human history, specifically Western civilization. He goes through the 5 generals that he thinks were like these kind of rare genius firemen that could bail out, they could snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. And he goes through the Roman general Belisarius and a couple others. But the one that is really, that's really interesting is William Tecumseh Sherman. That's one of his 5 savior generals. Interestingly enough, the other one was the general in the Korean War, who old Iron Tits, but I forget his name. But anyway, who bailed out the Korean War. It's really interesting. It's a really great book. You'd love it, Redoubt. Now, I'm a little torn when it comes to Venom. Yeah, push it to the front of the line, Redoubt, saying it's on his Amazon wish list. Now, one part of me, sitting in Venom, was like, what is this? Listen. I'm just gonna rip off the Band-Aid for you, folks. There is a scene in Venom the Last Dance, which unfortunately, I mean, I was kind of hoping the title was ironic. You know, I was thinking that the title wasn't literally referring to a dance. It turns out I was sorely mistaken. There's literally a scene in this film where Venom is dancing with the Chinese convenience store lady from the first and second one. And I'm like, in Vegas, I think it was to the song Dancing Queen. What? What? Venom is doing Dancing Queen in Las Vegas? This is the character of Venom? Venom! Now, that's one side of me. The other side of me couldn't help but sort of admire that this film, I think, wants the fans to be happy on some level. You know, I know it's unusual these days. It's very rare. Most filmmakers now embark upon a quest to insult, humiliate, denigrate, and literally bring into the film as villains the fans. So it's unusual to watch a film that gives you the feeling that the film is like, we really hope you got what you paid for. Like that feeling that like we really want you to go home and be happy that you saw this movie. I get that feeling from Venom the Last Dance. I think so here's what I will say. The film is not a total trash fire at all. At all. In fact, I would say it's exactly like the first two. It's mildly entertaining. It's mildly entertaining. That has a lot to do with the fact that Tom Hardy, although he's not what I ever would have envisioned as Eddie Brock, and I don't think he resembles the character in the comics at all. By the way, neither does the symbiote Venom resemble the character in the comics at all. I mean, visually, yes, to some extent. Actually, no. Visually, there's a lot of problems with how Venom is portrayed compared to the comics, and we'll get into that. But if you just take them in isolation, I will say Sony's, let's face it, ridiculous attempt to take Spider-Man's rogues gallery and turn it into some kind of, cinematic universe competitor to the MCU and the DCU. Venom is their most game and successful effort. In point of fact, their only somewhat successful effort at creating one of these rogues characters that can carry like his own film, his own identity as the protagonist. I feel like that it almost works with Venom. It really almost works. That has a lot to do with the fact that Tom Hardy is kind of fun, and the character of Venom is kind of fun. Visually, it's pretty awesome to see Venom like biting the heads off of evil bad guys in Venezuela that fight dogs, which seemed like kind of a mild crime for the... Or was it Venezuela? I don't know where it was. Somewhere other than America. That's all I know. Anyway, so it's South America. Just throw a dart. Jeez. I'm already in hot water now. I'm kind of already bored of explaining the plot of this movie. Who cares? You know, the movie opens with like this, it opens with a villain who clearly is meant to be like Thanos, you know, or honest to God, it could be, or Darkseid in Justice League, or just any of them. Any of them. The villain in, what was it, Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, that thing that's trying to escape into the world. And he's narrating his evil plan. I created the symbiotes. There is a key. Some hidden thing that he has to find that's going to unlock his prison and let him out. And I couldn't help but think that literally ChatGPT wrote this. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. ChatGPT spit out a generic villain plot. A villain is locked in a dungeon. If the villain escapes, all is lost. And he's looking for something that will unlock it. Is it Infinity Stones? Is it the anti-life equation? Is it the 3 boxes or whatever the hell? No, it's something in Venom. Who cares what it is? I've seen this movie 1,000 times. When you talk about superhero fatigue, this is the definition of it right here. I so didn't care. I was like, I don't feel any intimidation from this villain. Nothing about this is interesting. Can we just move it along to... Let's just see Eddie Brock. Let's go to Eddie Brock. I'm done with this. Whatever. I guess we need... I admire the film. Trying. They're trying. Like, that's all I could say about this movie. They seem to be trying, okay? And I kind of appreciate that. It's not all bad news. I mean, I kind of enjoyed some of the set pieces with Venom fighting these... There's some sort of alien creature that was created by the bad guy who's trying to get out of prison. And he sent these creatures to find Venom, who has something in his DNA that will unlock the prison of this guy. And so this creature that is pretty scary and lethal and can kill the symbiotes pretty easily, which is helpful because we need some tension and some stakes. But basically what this film is it's a dude with a problem story, which I think is the wrong fit for trying to make Venom your superhero, because basically Venom is a guy just trying to live his life, both the symbiote and Eddie, they're just trying to live their life and figure out how to just be at peace with their situation, which is they're stuck together, and they sort of like each other, but they sort of hate each other, which is kind of weird. I don't fully understand that relationship, but whatever. And they get dragged into this life or death battle with this creature, and most of the movie is Venom running from this battle. That's most of the movie. Strangely enough, this reminded me of the Marvels. This kind of reminded me of like a lot of these films where, because here's the deal. Venom can't be Venom in the movie because every time he becomes Venom, the creature has a homing beacon that will show him where Venom is. So Venom is trying not to be Venom through most of the movie. Does that sound familiar? That reminds me of exactly what the situation was in the Marvels. They can't use their powers because if they do, they'll switch places. So that's frustrating to me. It's not the worst dude with a problem story ever, except that I don't really care about Eddie. he's not that he's an odd character. Let's face it. I don't really have much about Eddie that makes me root for him. I'm sorry, I just don't. I'm not really rooting for the symbiote either. He's kind of a dopey character. He does a bunch of weird things all the time for comedic effect, and I don't find that charming. There's a subplot in the story with Chiwetel Ejiofor, who is, typically brilliant. He's just a phenomenal actor. He's great at whatever he does. And then and Chiwetel Ejiofor is presiding over the retirement of Area 51. And his mission is to keep all the other symbiotes that they apparently found in stasis and keep them under heavy guard while scientists study them. And the scientist that is studying them is... she's kind of a stunning and brave character. Dr. Teddy Payne. And she's this plucky little scientist who loves studying the symbiotes, and she's very fascinated by them. There's a couple of scenes in it that almost approach brilliance, I will say, because there's a scene when one of the symbiote creatures in containment is revealing itself, and it actually felt like a scene where it's like, wow, this is an alien life form. It's kind of beautiful. I mean, so there were moments of kind of wonder in the film with the symbiotes that I thought was impressive. There were some fun action sequences. But at the end of the day, this character was very strange because on the one hand, it seemed like the movie was trying to make her an argument for we have to treat these creatures humanely and they're not our enemy, while she's doing incredibly irresponsible things that imperil the world. So she was really an argument for Ejiofor's character of Strickland, his position, which is we should exterminate them and get rid of them. He's not an evil guy per se. He just thinks they're too dangerous to be kept alive, which, as the movie unfolds, seems increasingly reasonable. But the basic arc of the film is Venom is our hero who's going to prove that's not true. Okay, fine. There's a subplot with Rhys Ifans, who plays Otto Hightower in House of the Dragon. He is a hippie who's obsessed with aliens, and because Area 51 is closing down, this is his last chance to go on a road trip with his oddball vegan family and see the aliens at Area 51. He desperately wants to see aliens. He winds up picking up a hitchhiker, Eddie Brock, with his Venom symbiote, completely unaware that he's actually picked up the alien he's been searching for his whole life. There's a couple of charming scenes between Eddie and the family, because the guy has two kids who both believe they should have been taken by child services by now, which is kind of funny. It is so weird seeing Otto Hightower play like a weird vegan hippie who's he's like a side character in this movie. And you can tell that this is the movie trying to give some heart to the story because Eddie winds up forming kind of a bond with this family and he wants to protect them. And again, I admire what the film is trying to do, but it's just, this film is missing something at the end of the day. Do you know what it is? Spider-Man. Spider-Man is the reason for the character of Venom. Without Spider-Man, as at least the origin of the character, this character, to me, has very little meaning and is mostly an anti-hero who's mostly kind of unlikable, and I don't really find myself... the whole point is, if you want Venom to be the hero that saves the day, then a dude with a problem story is the wrong way to go, because really, the thrust of this film is Eddie just wants to survive. That's 90% of the film. Right? It's only in the final act that he kind of turns around and faces his enemy and whatever. I mean, then again, even in a dude with a problem story, often it does have a really good hero arc, such as in Die Hard, he's trying to save all the people from the terrorists, such as Shkishkima in Godzilla -1. He's trying to, but he spends most of the film, let's face it, trying to just avoid death by Godzilla until he has to turn around and face the monster. So what I will say is, if you want Eddie to be a hero, this should really be a superhero film or perhaps a Golden Fleece story or something like that. I just feel that it's really just about Eddie trying to just survive. And I find that not very endearing on the part of Eddie's character. So what I will say is, this is not the character from the comics. And if I'm not going to be watching the character from the comics, then what's going to keep me watching this? Well, it better be the fact that this character is super interesting and likable, and I enjoy the journey. And the sad fact of the matter is, while there's a lot in the film that's entertaining, there's a lot of cool visuals, there's a lot of cool fights, they throw a lot of symbiotes at you, there's a really cool battle at the end. I can understand the popcorn appeal of this film, just kind of enjoying an amusement ride, and I don't blame it for that. It definitely wants to serve the fans. I feel that it really does. It's probably the best of the Sony pictures in this vein of like trying to do their own isolated, separate characters. I think it's the best it's ever going to get. Craven, not going to happen. Morbius, fail. Madam Web, I mean, entertaining in the wrong way, okay? This is the best it's ever going to get for the Sonyverse. But that being said, this film is basically a 4 out of 10 for me. I feel I'm being generous because there's just no meat on the bone. You know what I mean? I'm going to show you what I mean in just a second here. Let me get back to you, chat, though. Grandmaster says, only movie I saw this year was Wolverine, Deadpool. Nothing else must see for me. Honorable mention to Alien, though. Yeah, and we're going to be doing the top 10 best and worst films and shows of the year in after Christmas on this channel. So don't miss that. It will be after Christmas, the show after Christmas. I always do the top 10 best and worst. You may see Romulus on that list. You may not. We'll see how things go. We still got a few that are on the way. Yeah, Act 1 of Alien Romulus was pretty awesome, and there's a lot I liked about it. Act 3, it went totally off the rails, and it became a cover band of all of the Alien, like all of them. It was all of the Alien films and the Prometheus films, all wrapped in one. Just a greatest hits tour. How disappointing. How disappointing. There's so much about Alien Romulus that I liked, such as the aesthetics and the visuals. There's so much about that film. That was a film that was terrified of being original. And this is something I've noticed a lot with films lately. They are terrified of being original. Alien was at the cinema. Alien Romulus. Yes, it was. I saw it there. Grandmaster says, the yearly 2024 revenue for the movie industry is below 2022 numbers. The movie industry is doing horribly this year, down 35%. And why is my connection unstable? Hopefully it'll come back soon. Grandmaster says Alien Romulus is getting a sequel, I heard. I heard the same. I'm quite excited. I don't know what to think about that. Fu Man Blue says, I didn't hear anyone else liked that. Anthony says, ahoy, Starshippers. Good afternoon. Welcome, Anthony. Welcome. Skunk says, LOL, anything south of Texas, I call Mexico. It's just easier for me. No, I think he's in Mexico, now that I think about it. It's where it ended at the, in Spider-Man No Way Home. He's at that bar, and that's literally where it picks up. And then Venom trashes the poor guy's bar. It's very sad. Grandmaster says, from what I heard, Venom is mostly unwatchable. It's strange because it's getting kind of great audience reviews. Well, it's about 73% on Rotten Tomatoes audience score. But at the same time, the box office is a total fail. Like, it's not doing well at all. I will say this. I saw it with a pretty full theater. I'd say it's about a 3/4 full theater. And the crowd seemed to be loving it. They were laughing at the jokes. They were enjoying a lot of the visuals. They were pointing out some of the things that were apparently from the comics. All I know is there was like one or two things in the film that made me chuckle that I thought were pretty funny. there was one or two things that were pretty funny, but or a moment or two that were kind of touching. But for the most part, I wasn't with the audience on this one. I was kind of like, I just must be a curmudgeon because I'm not enjoying this at all. I really, honest to God, if I weren't like, I kind of regretted seeing it at the theater. It's like, I kind of want to just leave. I kind of want to just get out of here. It just was boring me. I was like, I'm tired of watching Eddie run from this creature. I just want to see Eddie. I want to see Venom be Venom. And I think this is one of those films where they just don't want the star to be in the costume, right? Because constantly in the fights, the suit is like throwing Eddie around and jumping off of Eddie and jumping back on him. And it's like, why can't he just be Venom? And why is the suit so crazy? It creates all these tentacles and it does all this crazy shit. I'm like, this isn't the Venom that I remember from the comics. Yes, Venom could do stuff like that, but mostly Venom's physical behavior was similar to Spider-Man. Why? Because Venom was the black costume that first inhabited Spider-Man and then adopted all of his powers and gave them to Eddie Brock. So he's kind of a dark Spider-Man is what he's supposed to be. And in these movies, he's not. And I think that sucks. I wouldn't say that Venom is like unwatchable, but it's not the best. It's not the best. Grandmaster says, ahoy, Redoubt. Tom is in the chat. Says, hail, Captain in chat. Ahoy, Tom. Captain, salute to you, sir. Skunk says, why would they make it without Spider-Man? It's some kind of weird rights issue. They're in some kind of weird pickle, Sony is, because they have the rights to Spider-Man, and they have the rights to all these characters, but I guess they must still have this deal with Marvel, Disney Marvel, where Spider-Man is on loan to the MCU. It's so strange. It is so strange. Just get Sam Raimi back and make Spider-Man films with these characters in them. Why can't they do that? Why can't they just do that? Why is it so freaking hard to make a good Spider-Man film? I don't understand it. It's a layup. Anthony says, most of the reviews that I read on Venom was pretty mid. Fu Man says, unoffensively mediocre. LOL. Well, let's take a look at some of... Let's see what's happening. Let's see what's happening with Venom. So, we've got this article here. And I apologize in advance for having to use Variety, but share screen. The ads on this site are so ridiculous. Venom 3 slinks to $51 million. Lowest opening weekend of comic book trilogy. So it's the lowest opening weekend so far. Venom the Last Dance is #1 at the box office, but the comic book film fell significantly short of expectations. The third and final entry, doubtful, based on how the film ends, but whatever. Why? Why? Why end it? Just make more of these. Oh, we have to go make Morbius. We have to make Venom Web 2. How can these creatives, how can they be so dumb? I mean, how can they be so dumb? I don't understand it. Anyway, the third and final entry in Sony's Marvel anti-hero series, led by Tom Hardy, opened to a muted $51 million from 4,125 North American theaters. Rival studios estimate the final weekend number will be under 50 million. Those ticket sales are far behind the projections of 65 million and much lower than the prior two installments of Venom and Venom Let There Be Carnage, which Venom Let There Be Carnage opened to a then-pandemic record of 90 million. Sony believes the World Series matchup between the Yankees and the Dodgers kept people at home on Saturday and Sunday, yet New York City and Los Angeles were the two biggest markets for Venom 3. And this is what I mean. They're so dumb. It's like, oh, no one's going to see our movie. Oh, there was a Dodgers-Yankees game in town. What? You took a character from Spider-Man. You stripped of that character everything connecting him to his actual comic book origin. You then changed the character to be nothing like the comics. And you wrote a basically mid story that is unlikable and frankly lacks any real save the cat for Eddie Brock. He's not a likable character. He's just not. The Venom symbiote is not a likable character. You know what he's like? He's like a living suit of cancer. There's something odd about Eddie and the Venom symbiote having a weird, like, we're bros moment in this movie. He's just like, I like you, Eddie. And Eddie's like, I like you too. And I'm like, this is like saying to your cancer, you're my best friend. You know what I mean? It's weird, okay? It's weird. It's off-putting. I don't like it. And it's not the character of the comics. Well, there you go. What was... I'm going to see if there's anything else in this article I want to cover. Not really. The Last Dance... There it is. That's what I wanted. The Last Dance cost $120 million to produce. Close quote. That's not totally unreasonable, though. I mean, at least it's not like, oh, a gajillion dollars like Disney would do. If Disney made this movie, it'd be like $400 million budget. Oh no, why didn't it make $1 billion? You know what I mean? It should have made $2 billion billions. Open quote, not including worldwide marketing efforts. That's far less than most superhero movies like Deadpool and Wolverine and Joker Foliade, which each cost upwards of $200 million. Yet since theater owners get to keep roughly half of the ticket sales, the third Venom needs to stick around on the big screen beyond its debut to justify that price tag. After much bigger launches, the first Venom powered to $856 million worldwide. Carnage surpassed $500 million. So it's not looking good for Venom. Now, meanwhile, let's take a look at what's going on with Rotten Tomatoes. $120 million bucks. And it's not going well. Rotten Tomatoes is like unviewable without an ad blocker these days. It's unbelievable. Like this banner at the top, it like without an ad blocker, it will not like it lets you read the audience score on like a sliver of the page. It's unbelievable. Just the greed of these companies. And the incompetence. They revise their websites and they become worse. They become worse experiences. But here we have the Rotten Tomatoes scores for Venom the Last Dance. 36% critic score, which is, that's bad. And a 79% audience score, which I find kind of strange, honestly. But I was looking at some of the audience reviews because I was curious. The captain is a curious man. Let's see here. Better than expected. Great way to finish this part of the Venom series. The movie's full of action and is a lot of fun. Pretty much what you expect from the previous films. Better than the last one. Keep your expectations low. Then you'll have a good time with The Last Dance. Oh, I love it. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, I cannot think of a more defining statement about modern storytelling in films. This explains the Shill. This is the mind of the Shill. This is precisely the problem with Shillery by proxy. The disease from which the Shills suffer. Let me read this to you again. This is a positive review for Venom the Last Dance. Are you ready for this, folks? Quote, pretty much what you'd expect from the previous films. Better than the last one. Keep your expectations low, and then you'll have a good time with The Last Dance. Well, thank you for your opinion, sir, madam, or it. Screw that. Screw that. I don't go to the theater to keep my expectations low. That's how we get more garbage. You know, honest to God, I would prefer just a wild, over-the-moon shill reaction than this. This is pathetic. Have some damn self-respect. Why don't you want more from your movies? Why don't you? This is exactly what it sounds like when I talk to someone who watches Agatha or Rings of Power, like, unironically, and enjoys it. This is the kind of thing they'll say. Well, you know, Wiccan was revealed to be Wanda's son. Okay. Do you find that, like, super exciting and a really fun and interesting reel? I mean, it's cool. Oh, that's great. Another review. Exceeded my expectations and loved it. Damn that ending. Oh, the ending, they did them dirty in the ending, that's for sure. Funnier than the second and bigger action scene. Is that what Venom is? Is Venom supposed to be funny? I mean, he can be in a sort of gallows humor way, and I'll show you what I mean in just a moment. But is that the purpose of Venom? To be funny? So, you see, I don't think they know what to do with this character. Sony, that is. I don't think they know what to do with Venom. Because he's not a likable character unless, you know, he's more like the Penguin or the Joker. Okay? If you're going to make a film about the Joker, or you're going to make a film or a TV show about the Penguin, what you need to embrace is a dark, gritty, and very grim sense of humor about it. Like, the Penguin is actually pretty funny in the Penguin TV show, but it's not in a it's in a dark kind of way, right? Like, one of the best scenes is in the first episode. The Penguin is forcing Victor to drive him, this young guy who is trying to, like, steal his car, and he's got him sort of as a hostage now, and he's forcing Victor to drive him to this location where he's going to dispose of the body of the Falcone son. What was his name? Tony Falcone? I forget. Who cares? But anyway, he's in the movie. He's in the show for one scene, basically, except in flashback. Anyway, Vic is driving him, and it's so awkward because it's a hostage situation, and the Penguin's like, that's an air freshener. He points to the air freshener on his dash. It's an air freshener. You like that? It's pretty good, right? It's pretty good. And Vic's like, yeah, it's pretty good. And he's like, yeah, I like it. You know, that's funny in a dark way, because it's like he's basically got this kid at gunpoint. And the kid is not sure. Victor is not sure if the Penguin's going to kill him or not. And we as the audience are not sure either. In fact, the Penguin might not even be sure. So that's the kind of level of dark comedy that you would need with Venom. The problem I have is they're kind of trying to make him a fun, likable character, and he shouldn't be. Because they don't know what to do with him. These films should be dark. They should be grim. They should be gritty with some gallows humor thrown in. And, you know, like Blade. They should be more like Blade, like the original Blade film with Wesley Snipes. Another audience review of Venom the Last Dance. One of the most fun franchises in recent years. And Tom Hardy is the perfect casting for this dynamic duo. Absolutely recommend fire, 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 fire emoji. That's in another language. That was a really good movie. I really enjoyed watching. That's a bot. The movie carried the theme with major characters and action-packed. I enjoyed it. Blah, blah, blah. God, these are really boring reviews. Here's an interesting one. I don't know why the critics hate it so much. It's a fun movie that doesn't take itself too seriously. It's batshit. Close quote. That's why we don't like it. That's why I don't like it. Because it doesn't take itself seriously. That bugs me. The Sonic films take themselves seriously while being lighthearted, while being fun. The Sonic movies take themselves Seriously. I prefer that. I'm a Sonic fan. That's Star Fury's doing. Our very own Star Fury convinced me to watch it. Resume quote. Tom Hardy is excellent like always. Juno Temple needed more to do. No, she needed less to do. She was a super annoying character, and she winds up as a girl boss at the end. That sucked. Another review. Hilarious. Tom Hardy was brilliant. Definitely the best one in the franchise. Yeah. Honest to God, all three of these films are equal to me. Literally dead even equal. They are mildly entertaining. I don't really care about this character. That's basically my review of all three Venom films. Mildly entertaining. I don't care about this character. Quote, the movie got a few laughs, but was extremely hard to follow. So many cutscenes, too many backstories to make sense. The characters they dove deeper into gave Easter eggs, but took away from the greater message and plot of the movie. The theme developed is weak, as there is multiple themes. It was cool to see a few things, though. The strongest piece of the movie isn't until the final fight scene, like most comic book movies, and it still fails to build any suspense, big agree, and feels rushed and left more to be desired. The stakes could have been much higher. After the fight scene was over, I thought that was it. There is a pretty big plot hole at the end as well that most probably won't notice. It's a watch if you enjoyed the first Venom movies, but dude, again, keep expectations low. How many stars did they? This is a 2-star review. Okay, at least you had the decency to rate it lower than 4 stars when you're going to say keep expectations low. This is fascinating to me because so you're saying that there's too many backstories. Well, here's the problem. Tom Hardy's Eddie Brock is not likable and he's not interesting. His story is basically the same in all three films. He is a man who has been captured by this alien that has taken over his life and is like living, talking cancer in his life. And it's ruining his life. Every single film, that's his story. There's nothing else to it. That's it. That's the story. He's stuck with this thing. He doesn't like it. So why are there all these other backstories in the film? Well, because the film is actually trying to explore themes about like life in the universe and like dangers to Earth and like should we try and befriend these creatures or exterminate them? Well, we'll see. All of those kinds of lofty science fiction ideas have nothing to do with Eddie Brock because Eddie Brock is not part of any such story. He's like a meth tweaker who's trying to get clean. That's basically what he is. He's a meth tweaker trying to get clean. Meanwhile, a bunch of other characters we don't care about are trying to explore something approaching a story. I'm revising my review. This is a 3 out of 10 movie. This is a 3 out of 10 movie. It's dumb as hell. I'm in real time deciding I like it less than I even thought I did. They say the theme developed is weak as there is multiple. It's no theme. Who cares? It was cool to see a few things though. Plot hole at the end. What was the plot hole at the end? I mean, there's sort of plot holes throughout the movie, but there's a lot of and then this happened storytelling going on. Characters about to die. Rando B character shows up in the nick of time to save him. There's about 5 of those in this movie, which is really annoying. They use that a lot in Madam Web too. It's definitely a crutch they lean on a lot in these movies. Oh, it's like, oh no, our hero's about to die, and then wacky character shows up with a bazooka and saves him. Oh, God, I'm so tired of modern films. I hate them. Can these movies just stop making superhero movies, please? Just no more. I don't want any more superhero movies ever. I just don't want any more of them. I'm sick of all of them. Screw it. I don't even want to see Spider-Man 4. I just don't want any of them. I'm so tired of this. Every single one of them is the same. They come off an assembly line. Generic villain is trapped in otherworldly prison. There are 3 insert name of devices hidden on Earth, which he must find. His minions must get them in order to unleash him, and then all of existence will die. Who cares? Like, who cares? I'm so over it, man. I don't care anymore. The stakes could have been much higher after the fight. Of course they could have. For example, we could have cared about Eddie Brock. I'm sorry, folks. I wasn't going to try and tear this movie to shreds, but I guess I am. I guess I'm tearing it to shreds. Another review. Glad to see this being a great send-off for the character. Much better than the second movie, and Marvel should pick up the villain as their next big bad with Thor Love and Thunder connection that no one noticed, or maybe they did. What? Literally, what? What? Thor Love and Thunder? Who gives a shit about Thor Love and Thunder? There's no connection to that. Quote, I fucking love this movie. Everything that Venom says is hilarious. I don't understand why people are hating so much the movie. The movie is completely fine. It's completely fine. Trust me, bro. And I obviously I cried when Venom got spoilers for Venom when Venom died. The movie is completely fine. That's such a weird way to put it. I fucking love this movie. It's like completely fine. It's completely fine. You know, the way you phrase that sort of implies the opposite. You know what I'm saying? And obviously I cried. And obviously I cried. Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, another review. Forget that one. No, that's a bot. Let's see. 5 stars. This has to be one of the best Venom movies ever. Listen, if you love the movie, I'm not making fun of you. I swear to God. Look, it triggered me when they're like, if you have low... Dude, this is the defense I hear for the Godzilla Monarch movies, the Godzilla X Kong. This is the defense I hear. Just lower your standards. It's just about big monster fights. Why are you being so uptight about this? It's like, because I want a good movie. That's why. That's why. Because I want a movie I care about. That's all. I'm not saying I don't want to see big kaiju fights. I'm not saying I don't want that. I'm saying give me a reason to care that kaiju are fighting each other. Godzilla is basically he's our personal unintentional hitman of other monsters in the Monarch universe. They're like, oh, Godzilla's going after, he's knocking off another one. And then he curls up in the Coliseum for a nap. Lower your standards and you'll just enjoy life more. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. Give me more of these. I'm addicted now. The emotional weight at the end is felt. Let's see. Tom Hardy was excellent, but the story script was very amateurish. Sad ending to a decent franchise. All companies should just relinquish Marvel characters' rights back to Marvel. What? No! No, that's even worse! Nobody is able to do them justice. What? How does that make a lick of sense? As if Marvel is doing a great job these days? That would be the MCU. All right, let's go to... Let's just see what the snooty intellectual class think about this movie. We got Katie Walsh over here. Though the concept is running out of gas, it would be nice to free up Hardy to do other things. It's a fitting send-off for the cheeky alien with the 1,000-watt grin. That's a fresh rating. In a franchise full of Spider-Man wannabes, the most associated with Spidey ended up being the most successful because it was about a true connection rather than tenuous connections between multiversal IP. This is an excellent example of the snobs. This is an excellent example of the way critics were talking about the MCU in Phase 1. People forget this. Pull up a chair, folks. We're going back in time. This is a positive review of Venom, but I want you to listen to what the guy is saying here. Okay? In a franchise full of Spider-Man wannabes, the one most associated with Spidey ended up being the most successful because it was about a true connection rather than tenuous connections between multiversal IP. Ew, gross. This is exactly what they were poo-pooing. The fact that the Iron Man movie was connecting to the Thor movie and the Thor movie was connecting to the Hulk movie, and they were building up the Avengers. There were so many snotty, snooty, snobbish critics that were like, this is so limiting of creative, artistic expression. It's as if all they care about is pleasing comic book fans. Oh, that's disgusting. No self-respecting auteur would do that. Then, somewhere around like phase 3 or 4 of the MCU, the worm turned. And suddenly the same snotty, snooty critics were like, oh my God, this is so empowering for women. This is so exciting. It's so wonderful to see all of these characters embracing diversity. And it was like, oh, suddenly we love the Marvel Universe now. And now, when you say you don't like this crap because it's, oh, I'm tired of the multiverse. I'm tired of all the witches and everything. I'm tired of it. Oh, what a bunch of man babies. Why don't they like it? The fact of the matter is, folks, let me explain something to you, my dear beloved audience. The idea that it is cool to be a nerd now is a myth. It's not true. It's not true. I'm telling you right now. These snobs hate comic book fans. They hate comic book characters. They hate comic book lore. They hate it. This positive review of Venom is saying that the only reason it's good is because it's not connected to Spider-Man or some dumb multiverse. Meaning, if it's like an MCU thing, it's like, no, Iron Man should have just been a one-off. Thor should have been a one-off, right? Because they don't like it when this is the same type of person that, I want to see what this... Who is this? This is James Grabay of Time Magazine. I want to see what... what did this guy think of Joker? See if I can find it. Hang on a second. Joker Folie à Deux. I want to see if he reviewed Joker Folie à Deux. Let's see here. I think I found the X profile. Joker Folie à Deux. Well, if I can't find it, I'll just have to move on. But I suspect this is... I don't see a review for Joker Folie à Deux. But I'm just saying the same people that hate when fans are getting fan service love Joker Folie à Deux. Now, resuming with my exploration, here's a negative one. This sort of concluding chapter to the Venom trilogy skates by on Tom Hardy's charm, with things simply happening, one after another, generating zero suspense. I absolutely agree with that one. Honestly, I'd rather watch Eddie and Venom dicker over pizza toppings than team up for something as banal as saving the planet. That's a pretty good point. Saving the planet is old news. Haven't you heard about the multiverse? Haven't you heard about the time shredder? It's going to shred all the timelines. Who cares? Who cares about a snap? Well, there you go. All right, enough of that. Kill that tab, Mr. Producer. Oh my God, my comments are piling up. While I've been ranting, my comments are piling up. Okay, hang on. And, let's see here. I gotta find the earliest... Staffjari has arrived in the chat. Let's see. Venom is supposed to be the next Spider-Man, says Grandmaster. Well, they'd love that. They'd love that. But they want what they can't have, Sony. Look at this. Look at how popular our sweet prince across the pond is. Anthony's like, no Star Fury today? Everyone's like, where's Star Fury? Poor Star Fury. Star Fury is like, it's super late where Star Fury is. So like, he's got like, now he's got to show up to make the chat happy. Super funny. There he is. Stop it. He says Star Fury is lurking. Finger on the trigger. I think my lips are in sync now. Testing 1, 2, 3. I think my sound is in sync. I figured out the issue, chat. I figured out the issue. So it's a little bit off, but it's close. It's super close. There he is. There's Staff here. Let's see, what else? Fu Man Blue says, last week, all I had to do was mention what pretentious douchebags the British are, and he showed up a few minutes later. Starfairy says, pretentious douchebags do that. Good to see you all. My weekend is complete, says Starfairy. Starfairy. I pronounce his name like a British admiral would say it. Starfairy! No. Star Fury, my weekend is complete because I'm seeing all of you, my dear sailors and Starnauts. So good to see you. Star Fury, I met Fu Man Blue at the San Antonio meetup. It was awesome. And I talked to Gary. I talked to Jeremy, D-Day Cobra, the commander. And, oh, yeah, I saw Ripa. I got to talk to Eric July. I have to tell you, that was really interesting because I was talking to Eric. I just was so excited because I've never met him before. And I just told him, I said, you know, pretty much everything I've said on the stream. I just said, I love what you built. I think it's just a great business model. It's incredible. I love what you're doing. All these characters. I've got all the comics. You know what's funny is he seems really surly on his live streams, but like he's the warmest, nicest guy, and he was like, "Oh, thank you, that's so awesome," as if he had never heard a compliment before, which I know is not true. He hears it all the time. So like I was surprised that he was like, "Wow, what a great! Oh, thank you so much," and it was awesome. It was just awesome. And I said, you know, it's like that Teddy Roosevelt quote: "Your haters hate you because they hate the man in the arena because they're not in the arena." And that's why. And he just said he laughed and he was like 100%. And it was awesome. Great guy. Super cool. Love it. Hail Ripa. But in any case, yes, so that's Fu Man and the Captain. Star Fury says, wow, did you give him the bib? Oh, no, I forgot. I do have it. I do have the bib. I was going to be a good sport. And I was going to bring it on the stream. Maybe we'll do like I'll do a BRB. We'll see. If you're good, chat. If you're good, chat. But I did autograph a couple of copies of Blood and Oath. Anthony, I so agree with this. Tom Wilkinson was the best Falcone. And in that case, it was pronounced Falcone. It's the appropriate way to pronounce it. That would be in the film Batman Begins. You know, you come down here. And you think that because your mommy and your daddy got shot, that you've seen the ugly side of life. But you've never tasted desperate. You're Bruce Wayne. You'd have to go 1,000 miles to meet someone who didn't know your name. So don't come down here. So good. I just love that scene. It's a great scene. Anyway, Fu Man Blues, I did give him the bib. He tried to hand it back to me. Guilty as charged. Fu Man is trying to help me build the lore, okay? I'm new to this, all right? I don't understand, like, I'm new to this, man. It's kind of weird. But it's cool. Fu Man, yes, he did. He forced me to take the bib. It's in my car. Don't pretend you don't have it. Show the bib that we're not showing. This is about the sippy cup. Which is not. This is not a sippy cup. That is an athletic water bottle. Stop it. He says, when is his producer going to wipe his mouth? What did I ever do? What did I do to this chat? I don't deserve this. If I have to stand here or sit here in the hot sun of the, never mind. Stop it. He says, I bet. No, she does not spit on a hanky, whatever that is. And unbelievable. She does not cut the crust off my sandwiches. She's abrogated all motherly duties these past 2 decades. It's that's it. You're all grown up and raised. You're done. She'll answer my calls, but I'm skipping all of this. All of this in the chat. I'm skipping it all. Mr. Producer. Anthony says, The Patriot, Michael Clayton, The Dark Knight, I think you mean. Batman Begins, all movies made better by him being in them. Yes. Tom Wilkinson and Michael Clayton, unbelievably good. His monologue, I've shown it before on the stream. His monologue, it just sucked me right into that movie. I mean, the funny thing was, I kind of watched it on a lark years ago. I like legal dramas. I was a big fan of Boston Legal and The Practice, and I sometimes would watch Law and Order. I enjoyed a lot, but the problem with Law and Order was I didn't like the cop part of it. I liked the courtroom part of it. So so I watched Michael Clayton because I like legal dramas, but I wasn't sure if I was going to like it because I sort of hate George Clooney. He's kind of a goober. But it opens with that brilliant Tom Wilkinson monologue, and it just sucked me right in. Skunk's Workshop says, LOL, I just listened in real time to the rating go from 4 to a 3. The captain is hating it more as he talks about it. Glorious. Look, I'm going to be totally honest with you, Skunks. I want people to have a good time, okay? I want people to have a good time. I want them to go to the theater and be delighted and have fun and enjoy the movie, and I don't want to be the reason that someone enjoys a movie less, okay? I don't want to talk someone out of loving a movie. Enjoy the movie. But I'm going to tell you why you're wrong to love it. And I'm going to talk you out of it. But at the same... So I'm torn, okay? Like, people were having fun in the theater with this movie. I can't tell you exactly how much fun, but it seemed to me that people were mostly liking it, okay? But I just can't help it. If the movie does not move me, it bores me, I don't like it. The more I think about this movie, the more it unravels. Now, it's not the worst thing we've seen this year, like, at all. It mostly is a functional, serviceable action amusement ride. And I would say that whatever people are enjoying about Venom is fairly well represented in those audience reviews. What are like kind of the 3 points that we saw in those audience reviews? Number 1, it was funny. Tom Hardy and the symbiote were funny. True. Number 2, there were great action scenes. Again, strike true. 3, if you just lower your standards, you'll enjoy it. That's the 3. That's the 3 reasons people liked it. I can't actually argue with any of those. I cannot argue with any of those. Because yes, Eddie Brock and the symbiote are funny. It's like talking cancer, and the guy's arguing with his own talking cancer. Oh, gee, that is kind of funny. That has nothing to do with the Venom character, however. There's great action scenes. Well, so what? So what? There's lots of dumb movies with great action scenes in them. And 3, if you just lower your standards, lower my standards. Lower my standards?
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
I can't. That's the wrong clip. That's a good one, though.
We're fighting for our right to live, to exist. And should we win the day, the 4th of July will no longer be known as an American holiday. But as the day when the world declared in one voice, we will not go quietly into the night, we will not vanish without a fight, we're going to live on. We're going to survive. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
Oh, you caught me conducting. I was conducting. Our standards will not vanish. We will not go quietly into that night. We're going to live on. We're going to see good movies again. If it's the last thing I do. What else we got? There's stuff going on in the Discord, too. There's a link to the Discord. Join us there. Oh, there it is. There's a picture. The captain at the meetup with a few members of the fellowship. And, of course, Fu Man Blue. Ahoy. Dude, we're having a great time in the Discord. Join the Discord. Okay, what else? I was in the chat and I lost my place because I just got swept up in the moment. Yes, we got it. Yes, no, none of that bib talk. I won't have it. Beardo's dummy thick peach says I listened to his takes on Star Trek and not much else. Talking about Beardo. Yeah, I'm not sure. Who are we discussing? Oh, Robert Meyer Burnett. Oh, yes, yes. Well, welcome to the chat, Beardo's dummy thick peach. Captain salute. I agree with... Look, Robert Burnett, he's a brilliant guy. He's an and by the way, his heart is in the right place. His head is in the right place. He's old school. Like, he is what talented writers used to... how he thinks is how talented writers in Hollywood used to think. They were reasonable. Staffy with some news says apparently Robert Meyer Burnett says Gladiator 2 is good. Good is not great. The captain will be the judge of that. Gladiator 2. Like, just why? Why? Look, if it's good, I'll be happy that it's good. I'm just, we're on a bit of a losing streak here. Staffhead says, it's almost that time of year for me to start seasonally watching all shitty Christmas movies, which, no matter how trite and cliched, are more fun than all of Hollywood output nowadays. I agree with you. Beardo says, bet y'all at the meetup had a blast. Awesome. We did. We had a blast. Skunk says, who else is going to man the guns if Starfury isn't here? Well, Starfury is the master gunner aboard the vessel, but we can all man the guns. But we would be bereft of his leadership, and we would not want that. Let's see. Beardos is saying, I always chat with Ripa about his band. Keep trying to talk them into doing a tour again. Yes, that is noble work, and I agree with it. Stafford, he says, Churchill would have delivered the Independence Day speech better. It's all in the voice and accent. It really is. It really is. Hail to you, Beardo's dummy thick peach. I'm going to have to shorten that in future mentions, if you will forgive me, sir. Good to see you. I mean, I guess we have no choice, Starfury.
We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender! We shall never surrender! All right, now,
last thing I want to talk about regarding Venom, and then we will move on to our next topic. There was a show which I was very fond of, and it was the animated Spider-Man show in the 90s, which it kind of had to change a few things because of, like, you know, requirements for network television. It was a kids show, so they had to, like, for example, they had to make it so that Spider-Man never punched anyone because that was too violent and we couldn't have that for the kids. And it's like, so they changed things usually for that reason. But otherwise, the show basically followed the Amazing Spider-Man comics pretty faithfully. And it's kind of what got me interested in all the comics and everything else. This is a half-hour animated TV show. They did a 3-part episode of the Black Costume arc. Spider-Man gets the black costume. Second episode, Spider-Man gets taken over by the black costume and almost murders one of his villains, and then he gets rid of it at the famous Bell Tower. Eddie Brock gets the suit, and then in the third episode, he fights Venom, who now has all of his powers and none of his weaknesses. It was brilliant. It was like one of the greatest introductions. To this day, I could not believe how good that episode was. I loved it so much. It was, and you know, I came across this clip because the fact of the matter is, whether you enjoyed the Venom movies or not, this is not the character of Venom. Tom Hardy's Venom character is not this character, not in the way he behaves, not in his actions, and certainly not in his backstory. And that is what makes this film, frankly, it's missing a piece. It makes it the poorer. It's missing something crucial. I'm going to show you exactly what it's missing. And I don't know how much I can get away with, but we'll just roll with it.
Whose webbing is that? Need a hand, pal? Eddie Brock? How did you get up here? Same way you did, Spider-Punk. Or do you mind if we just call you Peter Parker? What did you say? Ooh, you're quite the bully when you want to be, aren't you, Parker? Problem is, Eddie Brock isn't the same guy he once was. Why don't we introduce you to our better half? We call ourselves Venom.
Dude. All right, that's about the most I can get away with. But that was awesome. That was just awesome. Let me see if there's, like, a little bit... Like, he is so powerful. And Spider-Man tries to talk him out of being Venom, which is pretty awesome.
The symbiote that Peter Parker tried to destroy, Eddie Brock has embraced. We bonded. The symbiote, it's still alive. How? How did it...
There's even a little spot where there's actually some high-concept science fiction in here. Just a snippet for you, because he's basically saying, like, you need to get rid of the symbiote. It's going to take you over. And then Venom says this.
Wow. We're now part of a life force that has existed since the dawn of time. Imagine what you've turned down, Parker. Think of all this knowledge. We've seen thousands of worlds, millions of civilizations. Learned many secrets, always with but one goal above all else: to survive. And now we're sharing those secrets with Eddie Brock. We're very happy together. No!
That is Venom. That is the actual Venom character, and that's what I would like to see in a movie. And I'm never going to see it. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Thank you, Mr. Producer. The applause, if you would. That one I'm probably going to have to trim out. You're probably going to lose that section of the stream, so yes. But there you go. I just have to risk it, because the fact of the matter is, like, that character, and there's more I would have showed you if I could, but basically he moves like Spider-Man. He does a couple of things that Venom can do, like he can use the suit to grab onto things once in a while. But this bizarre tentacle monster, creature that's doing all this crazy shit and jumping off of Eddie and jumping back on it, That is not at all what happens in the comic books or in the animated show. Basically, this suit would never leave Eddie, ever. It's like a drug. It's like the ring is to Gollum. It's like it's this thing that will cling to him no matter what. And that's the whole point. The symbiote never wants to leave its host. It just wants to stay bonded to a host. And these films just do not honor that. And so for that reason, whether or not this rendition of Venom is entertaining, it's not the Venom that I wish to see or that I find particularly interesting. It's missing the crucial piece, which is, say it with me now, Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Stoffhitty says, Mummy producer keeps pressing the wrong buttons. She still doesn't understand how to program her VCR to tape General Hospital. And it's not Mummy. Mr. Producer is a mister. Where else? Well, what else? Herb Kush is in the chat. Says to Starfury, I think they're saying it's fascist because it doesn't have a bunch of girl bosses and trannies in it. What's fascist? Starfury saying, did any of you read the Games Journal still bitching and moaning about how fascist Space Marine 2 is? I swear modern journalists are fucking morons. Do they understand the 40K lore, for fuck's sake? I don't understand this mentality. You know, it's the same mentality of why they hate that people like Arthur Fleck. It's like, because essentially in the world of Warhammer 40,000, at no point are the Space Marines or the Imperium of Man being presented as good guys, as a utopia, as a world you would wish to live in. It's like quite the opposite. It's like, well, they're fascists. Well, yes, they are. So what? That's the story. Why are you so in a wad about it? It's bizarre, man. It's an empire. Like, what do you... This would be like... You know what this would be like? This would be like the journos being mad at the Dune movie because the Harkonnens are fascists. The Harkonnens are fascists! That's really bad! That shouldn't be in a movie! They're the bad guys. They're the Harkonnens. It's like, why are you so mad about this? The Emperor in Dune. Do you realize that being an emperor is fascist? And that there is an emperor in this movie means this is a fascist movie? What? What? That's the story. He's the emperor. Like, what are you talking about? Are they going to bitch about a Gladiator 2 that Rome is a fascist state? Rome is fascist. Rome has a Caesar. That's fascist. That's very bad. We shouldn't have fascists in stories about Rome. It's a bizarre, unhinged... Look. The woke project, that is the far-left progressive project, make no mistakes, folks. They are in this to win this. They are in this to win this. They want 100% control of all culture, all history, all knowledge, all thought. They want control of all of it. They want control of all of it. And the fact that people enjoy immersing themselves in the grim darkness of the 401st century bugs them. It bothers them because they can't control the narrative. Whether you like it or not, you're in a culture war. You may not want to fight, but you're in it. And it's going to be decided which culture is going to win. Will it be a culture that values the traditions of Western civilization, or will it be the wackos? Well, that's up to you, my dear sailors and starnauts. But yeah, like, that's the deal. They're playing for all the marbles. And that's why they are so... That is why there is such desperation among the shills. This is why acolytes defeat. So... Because... it's their ideology going down like the Hindenburg. Audiences despise wokeness. They hate it. Whether they can articulate that or not... It's annoying. The girl boss is annoying because she's not real. She doesn't have any authenticity. She doesn't face any real challenge, which means, therefore, she doesn't actually have such a thing as triumph. No matter how much they try and put her over in the contrived plots that they design for her. She is a character that is hollow. And audiences, regardless of whether they know it's woke or not, they reject it because it's boring. The purpose of a story is for humans to strive and achieve, and they can only do that if they have flaws and weaknesses and problems that they must overcome. And the woke project is not about reality. It is about a propagandistic fantasy. So they have, their obsessions are bizarre until you understand that their obsession is simply to control everything. Like the idea of putting like trans clone troopers, it's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. It's like the whole point of the clone troopers is they are disposable humans that are literally cloned for only one purpose, to be slaves. Gender identity has nothing to do with that story. Nothing to do with it. So they're wackos, man. They're wackos. They don't even see the story. They can't even see it. All they see is, am I represented? Is this my ideology? Where is my ideology? Speaking of the Shills, man, they're in some pain. Because it's all going down, folks. The Rey movie is a total disaster, and they know it. Let's do Agatha, because since we're talking about the Shills, if you don't know, Agatha all along is ostensibly a TV show that is supposedly entertaining, and it's in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. If you've ever wanted to see a coven of elderly witches go on a wacky adventure in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, well, this is the show for you. If that's what you feel was missing in the recent phases of the MCU, this is the answer to your prayers. Unfortunately, you would be in the minority because, hat tip bounding into comics, the Nielsen ratings reveal Marvel's Agatha all along is struggling with audiences. Confirmed Disney Plus series premiere posted worse numbers than The Acolyte by Spencer Bekuli. According to the latest figures from Nielsen, like most of Disney's recent projects, it appears Agatha all along is less the magical ratings powerhouse that they had hoped, and instead, yet another Marvel dud. Dude, look, it's the twink, it's Wiccan. Look, oh my god. Oh, this is the ideal male in modern Disney Marvel. This is the ideal specimen of manhood right here. Oh my god. The noted television analytics provided this look into the Disney Plus series' current underperformance on August 21st with the release of their numbers for the week of Agatha All Along's premiere, September 16th to September 22nd, per Nielsen's data. Across the two episodes that made up its debut, Seekest Thou the Road and Circle Sown with Fate, Unlock Thy Hidden Gate. What the fuck? Jeez. The Catherine Hahn-led MCU outing pulled in an approximate 426 million total viewing minutes for an episode average of 213 million minutes apiece. What does that mean? Well, the article goes on. Given that each episode had a rough runtime of 35 minutes apiece, a quick calculation suggests that each episode pulled in around 6,085,714 viewers. In doing so, earning the series the 8th place spot in Nielsen's top 10 streaming originals chart. Notably, placing it ahead of, in order, was Monsters, the Lyle and Eric Menendez story, Netflix, The Perfect Couple, The Rings of Power, Emily in Paris, Only Murders in the Building, Into the Fire, The Lost Daughter, and Tulsa King. Meanwhile, Agatha did manage to beat out Hulu's The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives and The Circle, though admittedly not by much, which is a very long way of saying it came in 8th behind all those earlier mentioned shows. Yeah, so here you go. So they're looking at all of the shows, starting with Monsters, the Lyle and Eric Menendez story, which now it is starting to make sense why they called the Jeffrey Dahmer thing. They called it Monster. What did they call it? It was like Dahmer, Monster, the Jeffrey Dahmer story. It's like, why does it have 3 titles? And I think I understand what it is. Ryan Murphy wanted this to be an anthology series called Monsters, and each season features a true crime story about a different murderer or whatever. And probably they forced him to name it Dahmer because that was just more of a draw. So it just studio interference is my guess. I did watch that. It's pretty good. It's pretty bingeable, I will say. So you have Agatha trailing in this chart, number 8. Quote, while some may attempt to spin these results as, look, it's not doing that bad, it placed and not at the bottom, it should be noted, as seen above, that not only did the series perform significantly worse than the new season of the widely panned The Rings of Power, it also pulled in less viewers than the 2-episode premiere of Disney's last confirmed ratings catastrophe, The Acolyte. Oh, no! It pulled in less viewers than The Acolyte. As seen in the firm's numbers for the week of June 3rd to June 9th, Leslie Headland's Jedi-themed snooze fest pulled in roughly 488 million collective viewing minutes across the 2-episode debut for an average of 244 million each. So there you go. So it's bombing. Let's see here. Anything else to cover here? I think not. Now, as depressing as that would be for the Shills, the fact of the matter is, folks, they suffer. They suffer from a disease. They're unable to acknowledge reality. They are unable to criticize bad storytelling. Whatever Disney does to them, no matter how demeaning or humiliating or objectifying, they simply say, yes, Disney, may I have another. They are what is known as shills. They suffer from shillery by proxy. It is incurable, and the prognosis is grim. So despite the fact that no one likes Agatha and no one's interested in it, they persist in clapping like seals. It's sad, folks. I pity them. And there is a man who studies the shill. He curates all of their various nonsensical arguments and hollow defenses of Disney Plus. And he uses them to study their disease in the hopes that we may one day find a cure and welcome them back to the ranks of regular humans. But until that day, we simply must study them, lest this same disease affect others. So without further ado, I give you Grizzy Shills, Agatha, episode, what was it? Episode 5, I think we're on. Hang on a second. Share screen. Roll tape.
Interesting to find out that nearly all of the toxicity surrounding Agatha all along is coming from fans of the show going after other fans of...
Wait, what? Okay, so he's got an X post here. I presume it's a quote tweet. Okay, the quote tweet. Wait, what is this? All right, so the tweet being quoted says, "Shut the fuck up, Grandma, if the show is not for you." Don't watch it. This is the queer female corner of the MCU. Finally, straight dudes can have their boring filled with action and shirtless men shows. You are the one being pandering. And then the person quoting them says, "The only thing I like less than that episode of Agatha are Agatha all along fans who just this and others like it." I don't understand what that means. "I'm one of the most patient and forgiving people I know when it comes to things they don't like. Hating is much easier and much more profitable. Don't tempt me, Frodo."
Of the show. Interesting, isn't it? And it really makes me want to ask the Disney shills, who exactly are the toxic ones?
I am shocked. As I tweeted, the toxicity seems to be coming from inside the fandom. What the heck, man? I mean, I thought we were all behind this show, but yet I find some of you just want it to be all about Agatha and Rio. Some of you don't like the way Wiccan is developing.
When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other.
Woke. So please just leave my channel. Don't come back. You racist pieces of shit.
Funny.
I love the music fading in over that. I was like, let's go. Get Zemo in the background there, please.
You're the biggest brown nose I've ever seen!
Let's go. If this leads into WandaVision, I'm a Marco. I'm marking out.
Okay, I would like to officially coin the term in shill. And if you'd like an example, just go back and watch that last reaction.
In shill. Can't get women due to being a shill. They suffer. Folks, they suffer. They suffer.
Again.
Oh!
Tommy!
Oh my god! Billy just jumped in there.
Why am I fucking crying?
Okay, first off, yes, why are you crying indeed?
Pussy.
And second, what in Jesus Christ's holy name was that reaction earlier?
Oh my god!
What the fuck was that?
Boyf? We finally getting to meet Boyf?
This is gonna be bad.
Oh no! Oh no! He's referring. He's Boyf. Because in the first episode, Wiccan is getting a call from his boyfriend, which is the name of his boyfriend is not on the contact card, right? It says BOYF, so that the audience knows that it's the boyfriend, right? And these guys are like, "Oh, it's Boyf! It's Boyf! Yes, it's Boyf!"
They better have a full-on makeout. I swear to God, Disney. You better not hold back here.
What in the... Oh, my God. This is what I'm talking about. The ostensibly straight men thirsting over Manny Jacinto. And now they're like, please, can we see the dudes make out? It's like they're so desperate to be perceived as tolerant. And we are so progressive. We are male feminists. And we support all tolerance and inclusivity and representation. They are so desperate. They're sycophants, man. They're just slavishly devoted.
They better have a full-on makeout. I swear to God, Disney. You better not hold back here.
What the fuck is this?
Come on, Disney.
Held back with Agatha.
Full-on makeout.
And Aubrey.
There you go. There you go, my boys. Yeah.
I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw the fuck up, dude.
Dude, he's a Jewish gay witch with a black boyfriend.
Yeah.
Whoa. How cool is that?
Yeah, these...
What? What? Oh, my God. When I say these people are wackos, man, like... They're literally, he's literally like, he's like a Jewish gay person with a black boyfriend. That's like the trifecta. like, oh, you gotta collect them all. They are psychopaths, man. Like, dude, you're not even, they're the ones that lecture people about the male gaze and objectifying people. Look at how they objectify human beings. They don't give a shit about any of that. They don't care about any of that. They just want to be seen by their audiences as being good, loyal, progressives. That's all they care about. That is all they want, is to just bend the knee that, yes, we are the privileged, we are the good people. We're the good ones. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about any of this.
Kids are 16 years old, by the way.
I think he's a good-looking kid.
Yeah. Just generally.
What?
Yeah, just generally. He's a
No
good-looking
narrative
guy.
purpose. Just a handsome fella.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Good. Why don't you have a seat right over there?
Jeez. Dude. I mean, folks, do as the great Rush Limbaugh used to say, don't doubt me, folks. I tell you, like, how weird it was that it was all of the straight dudes sitting next to their wives saying how much, oh my God, Manny Jacinto, look at his abs. Oh my God, I want to see him naked. Oh my God. It's like, this doesn't seem like the crowd that should be saying that. And now they're like, wow, he's really good looking. What? They've been driven insane.
Well, I think we all know what's coming. Let's jingle those keys, Disney.
17.
Oh! Oh!
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
The bonerific gave it away, though.
Genius. Bonerific 69.
Ralph
No
Boner!
way! They brought it back!
Yes!
What were you upset about earlier?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Me neither, but this is amazing.
Pageant's fucking everybody.
Jesus Christ, did you guys hear that? He sounded like he slammed his penis in the car door.
I slammed my penis in the car door.
You slammed your penis in the car door.
All right, yeah, that's somebody's dick getting cut off.
Is anybody else getting, like, my heart is bumping into my chest right now just listening to him talk.
He's a Jewish gay witch. How fucking cool is that?
That's what's up.
I never thought you'd see that. It's so cool.
You are creepy as shit.
Yes. Jeffrey Dean Morgan as Negan. I will defend Negan. That is the last good thing in the Walking Dead. He was a great character until the end of that war, and then that's the end of the series, really.
Hooligan? Say again.
I'm Billy Maximoff.
Yeah! Man.
I'm Billy Maximoff.
Yeah, let's go!
I'm Billy Maximoff.
Chills, bitch. Oh my God.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Yeah, the youths! The youths!
You people are so fucking weird.
Thanks for watching, and if you...
Oh, Grizzy, a gentleman, a scholar, a genius of our age. Right up there with Elon Musk. Mr. Producer, allow the people to be heard. Herb Kush. With all of the pukey emojis, I approve. The captain approves. Beard is saying, wait, why does being a Jewish gay witch with a black boyfriend mean anything? Okay, I know, it's so bizarre. He's literally like ticking all the boxes mentally. Oh wait, oh this is exciting. Oh, this is very exciting. Somebody we have an equation to balance here. He's Jewish, he's gay, he's got a black boyfriend. He's like the greatest human that's ever lived. What the fuck is wrong with these people? God, they think that they're saving the world with this bizarre obsession. Hey, how about this, Shills? How about this? How about we all just basically live our lives as we see fit, as long as we're not hurting anybody, and we just shut the fuck up about all this nonsense, okay? How about that? Would that work for you? Well, no, because it's very important that we see representation of diversity. Ah, shut up, Shill! I can't take it anymore. You're doing me head in. It's like nobody cares about this. You know, the guy's sitting there saying, oh, this is so stunning and brave. He is a Jewish gay man, witch, with a black boyfriend, also free Palestine. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Same little soy piece of shit is going to say, free Palestine. Palestine is very oppressed. It's very, very oppressed. Just because they rape and murder a few hundred people and enslave them, that doesn't mean that they aren't oppressed. You know, but also stunning and brave to see a Jewish gay black, you know, what? It's fucking weird, man. It's a sick worldview, man. It's sick. It's not rational, folks. It's not rational. Star Fury says, I'd use Tom. Wait, what are we? I got to go back in the chat. I don't. Yes, Anthony. That's why I call him. He's the twink. Now, there's nothing wrong with being a twink. It's just what he is. Star Fury says, if I wanted to hear what they say, I'd take Wolverine's dick out of their mouth. And you'd use tongs. Okay, I get it now, Star Fury. Oh, that's our sweet prince. He's out there, folks. Star Fury's out there. Anthony says the rejects are as bad as the rest. Beardo says it's just wild that they say, I think you're saying, it's just wild segregation is being hailed as progressive values. Can't wrap my head around it. Yeah, exactly. The woke project is so insane that it's literally backed itself into being a racist movement. It has so desperately tried to fight racism and the power that now that racism is basically extinct in America. I mean, it's basically extinct. Yeah, is there bad human behavior still going on? Yes, of course there is. We're humans. It's never going to change. But the, separate water fountains and, police with hoses, and that's all over, folks. That's gone. Literal, legal separation between people based on race doesn't exist anymore. It's gone. Ditto for our gay and lesbian brothers and sisters. The legal issues are basically resolved. And so in their desperation to keep it alive, they are looking for new things to fight, and they've literally backed into, we have to separate all the races because of safe spaces. What? What? Oh, you've completely reversed. You've completely reversed it now. They're losing, folks. This is the important thing to get, though. They are losing. For the last 8 years, they have been in a full court press. I'm going to tell you something, and I know it's a bit off topic for a show about nerd culture, but seriously. When the Orange Man was elected, long may he reign, and he will very soon, and that right soon. They perceived correctly that their project to completely demolish Western civilizational values, that would be the Enlightenment era values, such as the rights of the individual, property rights, freedom of speech, the right to self-defense, freedom of assembly and the press. All of those ideas that we hold so dear, judging people by their merits and not the content, or the content of their character and not the color of their skin, as MLK Jr. argued, invoking the founding documents of America. When they perceived that their project to demolish all of that was not yet complete because the inconceivable happened and the Orange Man was elected. They suddenly realized that they did not have total control over the culture. And you saw the results, folks. They went insane. The woke project went into overdrive. And strangely enough, it was that very insanity and unhinged behavior which has become their undoing because people are sick of this shit. Young people are sick of being lectured to. They are sick of being talked down to. They are sick of being told how stunning and brave they are because of the color of their skin or who they sleep with. They're tired of it. They are tired of every story being an excuse to be lectured. Do better, Senator. We're done with it, folks. We are tired of annoying little hall monitors who are themselves assholes going around society telling everyone else how they should be living their lives, what they should say and shouldn't say, what's an acceptable joke and what's not an acceptable joke. They're boring. They're not funny. They have a stick up their ass about everything. Nobody likes them. And the tide has turned. In the last several years, we have seen billions of dollars lost. Lost. In woke film after film after film has failed at the box office. Companies have lost billions of dollars in stock prices and market share when they were discovered to be engaging in woke practices. Hello, Bud Light. Hello, Tractor Supply. We have inflicted defeat after defeat after defeat on the woke project because more and more people every single day are turning on this ideology. We want real stories again. We want stories about men and women being men and women. That's what we want. We want stories about traditional values. Doesn't mean every story has to be that way, certainly not, but it would be nice if a few of them were. We want a Superman who enjoys being Superman. We want a Superman who is hopeful and optimistic. He's not feeling sad and put upon when there's someone attacking Metropolis and he has to put on his red boots. No, he's excited to be Superman because that's what he was born to do. We want an Indiana Jones who's a treasure hunter. We want a Lara Croft who is an unapologetic grave robber. No, she doesn't have daddy issues and a bunch of trauma to brag about. She's Lara Croft. She does this because she's a badass babe. That's what we want. That's what everybody wants back. And it's making a comeback, folks. Like Gollum dancing off of the edge of Mount Doom and unwittingly destroying the ring in his desire to possess it, so too has the woke project. By tightening its grip around society, driven all of its advantages to its opposition. Their days are numbered, folks. Their project is in its death throes. And we here at the Swords of Starships channel celebrate it. Because the end of wokeness means the end of bad storytelling. That's what it means. What else is in the stack of stuff? Now, speaking of the end of wokeness, the Rey movie is in deep doo-doo. I have a report for us, folks. Our friend Star Wars Theory. I almost said Star Wars Fury because of Star Fury. Star Fury is in the chat. Yes, Beardo. The more you tighten the grip, the more the star systems slip through your fingers. An excellent line, spoken, by the way, by a badass babe. That would be Princess Leia. I had Amidala stuck in my mind, and I almost said Princess Amidala. I was like, no, wait. No, that's not the right name. Princess Leia, speaking that brilliantly to Grand Moff Tarkin. A highly underrated character, in my opinion. I love Grand Moff Tarkin. Mr. Producer, share screen. That's a good one. Anthony Timmons says if these turds ever met a real Yahtzee, they would shit themselves. Exactly.
Fulfill your destiny. TheorySabers.com.
Hello, everyone. Reporting in from Texas, San Antonio. This is the night before we have the convention, which is starting. Theory Sabers booth. Very exciting. But anyways, you are here for the information, and I'm here to read the actual information for the first time after I saw the update. That the Rey movie has lost its writer. I don't know what's going on over there, man. I hope you like my new hat. Brand new hat. Never had a cowboy hat. A proper one. So this is my real cowboy hat. And very excited about it. Stephen Knight is officially out as the writer of Charmin Obaid-Chinoy's Star Wars Rey movie, which is supposed to be Daisy Ridley and has been plagued with numerous exits and delays. And I'm wondering what's causing these exits. It's turning into Blade of Star Wars verse. First things first, if you've been a reader long enough, blah, blah. Here's the scoop. Wrote on June 26th concerning Knight's contentious disagreements with Lucasfilm over the film. He says, if only I could tell you what I've been hearing when it comes to the behind-the-scenes drama with Star Wars The New Jedi Order. I swore not to say anything, and it's killing me not to write about it, but I'm fairly certain some of it will eventually come out. What I will say is that Stephen Knight has been trying to crack the script now for well over a year. A final draft still hasn't been submitted to Lucasfilm. Knight, who is about to shoot his Peaky Blinders movie, has...
Stop the tape. Stephen Knight, writer behind Peaky Blinders. Peaky Blinders is one of the best shows on Netflix. It's one of the best shows. It's an excellent show. It's an all-timer. I love Peaky Blinders. Cillian Murphy's absolutely best role ever. He is so good as Tommy Shelby. I also love Arthur. He's a great character as well. If you have not seen Peaky Blinders, it's a great time to pick it up. It's really fantastic. This is a serious talent. Stephen Knight is a serious talent. Dude, Tom Hardy is in Peaky Blinders. He's great also. He plays a Jewish gangster in London. It's fantastic. He's so good as this character. Oh, I love Peaky Blinders. It's so good. Tommy Shelby is such a badass. And it's loosely based on real history. The Peaky Blinders were a real gang. Famous for having these little... They had razor blades stuck in their hats, and they would pull them out, and they would blind their enemies. That's why they were called the Peaky Blinders.
Written a total of 4 drafts, with Lucasfilm's Kathleen Kennedy continuously giving him notes on how to improve the story. So right off the bat, I don't think Kathleen Kennedy should have any say in any of the stories that go into Star Wars. I don't think she understands Star Wars, and I don't think she knows anything that goes into actual storytelling whatsoever. She's a producer. She's produced a lot of the films that Steven Spielberg has made, that Lucasfilm is making, and she has a lot of accolades under her belt. But as a producer, she should not be doing any storytelling whatsoever. That's like a award-winning chef going to play tennis. You're an award-winning chef. Like, what business you got doing here? So now people are going to say I'm going to say basically saying she's got to get back in the kitchen. That just came to mind. I'm probably going to get canceled over this. So let's say she's a surgeon and you're now telling her to go play American football. No, just doesn't happen, doesn't match. So keep her doing what she's doing. Have the writers always be the writers, and those be the talented ones that are actually telling the story. And that's one of the first things that's wrong with Star Wars today with Disney, is that they have too many cooks in the kitchen, or they got Kathleen Kennedy, who once upon a time said that there's no source material for Star Wars. She literally said,
I was muted. Oh, damn it. Oh, God. Ah, that was the cough button. I forgot to unmute. Sorry about that, chat. Thank you. Thank you in the Discord for letting me know I was muted. And literally, you know what I was saying when I was muted? I was saying Kathleen Kennedy is a stupid human. They are stupid people, as I'm muted. Hoisted on my own petard. I guess I deserve that. I suppose Captain was being naughty. I suppose I deserve that. But in any case, yeah, Fu Man Blue. No, there's no need to say that. Fu Man Blue says episode 93, folks. Thanks for coming out. Star Fury. Herb saying, Captain, your mic is broken. Dead air. Oh my God, how long did that go? What did I do? Oh no. Everyone's saying muted. That was it. So the muted at 4:59. Okay, it was only about a minute. Okay, good. It was only about a minute of dead air, I think. So I feel good about that. I feel good that I was only muted for a minute. I feel really good about that. So I was just saying that I saw a Reddit thread when I was working on the stack of stuff this morning. And in the Reddit thread, I'm not still muted, am I? I heard something going off in the Discord. Okay, anyway. And the Reddit thread was positing the question, why hasn't Kathleen Kennedy been fired? And I swear to God, folks, the top upvoted answer to that question was because she makes them lots of money. What? I was like, I gotta jump in on this, but then I was like, no, I don't have time to get in a Reddit war moved on because I got to build my stack of stuff. But I'm literally thinking, like, literally, she's done the opposite. She's lost them billions of dollars. The Galactic Star Cruiser Hotel canceled, billions of dollars lost. Raiders of the Lost, or not Raiders of the Lost, Indiana Jones on the Dial of Destiny. Huge catastrophe, defeat. Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, defeat. Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, defeat. Wait, that's Marvel. Never mind. Cancel that. I need more coffee. I'm listing Marvel shit. Well, I mean, those are bad too. Hello, Kevin Feige. Mandalorian Season 3, defeat. The Book of Boba Fett, defeat. Obi-Wan Kenobi, defeat. Solo, defeat. Rian Johnson trilogy, canceled. The Acolyte, defeat. She's lost money on all of those projects. And listen, Andor's not even a bad one. And it still didn't do that great. And you've got a Redditor saying because she makes them money. And then there's another reply in the same thread that was like, I bet that really they've made so much money, but because of Hollywood accounting, they can't report how much money they've made. What? So your argument is that Disney is faking that they've lost all this money, that they've hidden it? Why? For a tax write-off? That doesn't make any sense. Their stock prices have plummeted. Bob Iger was literally having to fight off a proxy battle with Nelson Peltz earlier in the year. He had to make a campaign video to not get Nelson Peltz on the board of Disney to right the ship. You think they would fake all of that? You think they would deliberately represent to the public that they're losing money? They can't do that, folks. They're a publicly traded company. That would not make any sense. That would actually be sabotaging their own company, which would be violating their fiduciary responsibility to investors. That would probably be illegal. But in any case, so they're just saying, so these Redditors are saying that that Kathleen is making them tons of money, but because it's Disney and they're in Hollywood, they're hiding how much money they're making, and they're okay with the public thinking they're losing money. What? Anyway, back to the tape. Herb Kush says KK had too many three-ways with Lucas and Spielberg to ever let go of Star Wars. She earned it, and she's keeping it. She'll never let it go. She'll never let it go. Beardos is saying, I know, it has to be something like that. But also, the longer she stays, the more things they can use her as a scapegoat for after she bails. Which is true. Okay, resume tape, hat tip, Star Wars 30.
We don't have source material.
There's no source material, there's no comics, there's no books, there's no games. What are you talking about? I don't even think she has an idea of anything that has going on with Star Wars since she freaking purchased it. I don't think she has an idea of what happened with Star Wars anytime before Disney acquired it. There's just a lot of farts coming out of her mouth when it comes to what she thinks she knows, and I really need someone there to be like, hey, Kathy, I don't think you know what you're doing, what you're talking about. Case in point, we've gotten so many projects that have been constantly canceled, and for better or worse, you know, and it's always worse, I feel like, because all the projects that do end up actually coming out suck. Fast forward to this evening, and Puck's Matt Baloney is reporting that Knight is out as screenwriter of New Jedi Order. Lucasfilm is now looking for a new writer, which almost certainly means that the film will not be ready for December 2026. The date Disney had originally settled on, so we were going to have two Star Wars movies, two blockbuster Star Wars movies in theaters in 2026, and now we're not going to get that. We're going to get just one, which is fine. We'll get the Mandalorian movie, which is great, which I believe will be like sort of a Avengers Endgame type of film, and I imagine we're probably going to get a follow-up to that too. But as for this film, I don't know what's going on over there, dude. I think this is what needs to happen. They got to clean house. Kathleen Kennedy got to go. She's worked a very illustrious career. She doesn't know what she's doing with Star Wars, and I think it's time she needs to move on, hire someone who does, not a clone, not someone to replace her and do exactly what she's doing, which is messing up the whole franchise and driving the stock down and the fans and dividing them. I think we need someone that really understands Star Wars, and I honestly feel, you know, I was a big fan of Dave Filoni for what he's done with Star Wars and the fact that he respects George so much, and I still have some respect for him in that sense, but with what he's done with The Acolyte and a few other things, and I know people want to say, oh, you know, he wasn't in the position he was in when The Acolyte was being done. He still signed off on stuff, man, and, you know, Leslie Headland, you know, made him the scapegoat of like, oh, he approved this, he approved that. Nothing in that show should have been approved.
That's how dumb that woman is. That is how dumb that woman is. That she literally says, well, if it was bad, it's because, if it was bad on my show, it's because my bad idea was signed off by Dave Filoni. It's his fault. What? You're, by way of throwing Dave Filoni under the bus, you are saying, you are admitting that your writing was garbage. Wow. Leslie Headland is a piece of work, folks. I mean, seriously. Dude. Former personal assistant to Harvey Weinstein, delusional, just delusional. You know, Star Wars... Look, I will give Star Wars Theory credit for pointing out the obvious here. Dave Filoni is not the man we thought he was. He just simply is not, folks. Ahsoka was a crime. It was a disaster. I mean, before The Acolyte, it was pretty much, I mean, it was pretty much the worst Star Wars thing before The Acolyte. Now it looks like Shakespeare. Now it looks like the epic tale for the ages. But I've never seen anything so boring, so pointless, so hollow. Resume tape.
It was an absolute atrocity, and it was insulting to George Lucas.
This is interesting, Grandmaster. You are saying that Stephen Knight wrote 4 drafts for the Rey movie, and Kathleen vetoed all 4. I 100% believe that, because I've got more in the stack of stuff. We're not through with Kathy. You just better believe it. Fu Man saying, after the shoot in which that snapshot was taken, Steve Bent... Oh, no, I can't say that, Fu Man. It's too much. I can't say it. Very funny, though. Beardo saying he does not like the lesbian headlamp. Former associate... Well, former personal assistant to Harvey Weinstein, and as Lieutenant Jim Dangle of the Reno Sheriff's Department would say, a very unfortunate-looking woman.
Insulting to Star Wars, in my opinion. No wonder it didn't get greenlit for season 2, because nobody watched it. Nobody liked it. The #1 award for the least amount of views of any Star Wars finale in history. That should say enough. So anyways, these issues with Knight, who clashed with Lucasfilm over creative director of the film, come only 2 years after development on New Jedi Order started, and various drafts had circulated with different writers, including Damon Lindelof, Watchmen, and Justin Britt Gibson, taking a crack at it, before both eventually exiting the project due to creative differences. Now, these creative differences, you know, who is the one that's saying, like, no, your differences are different than my creative differences? Obviously,
This is unbelievable. I mean, think about this, my dear sailors and Starnauts. Kathleen Kennedy, on this project, has already gone through multiple screenwriters, multiple drafts of the script, and she either fires them or gets them to quit. Wow. Can you say shit show? Like a total shit show. Can you even imagine what it must be like with this woman? She must have the most absolutely harebrained ideas. I mean, she must just be in there. This is her project, folks. You want to know why Indiana Jones was following around Phoebe Waller-Forehead? Oh, I'm so beautiful. I'm so perfect. In The Dial of Destiny. Because it's what Kathy wanted. She wants mercenaries to just do what she can't do. Kathleen Kennedy wants to write Star Wars films and shows. She wants to write Indiana Jones. There's just one problem. She's a fool and she can't write. She has no talent for that. So she's basically hiring like credentialed, achieved, accomplished screenwriters with careers of their own. She's hiring them like they're her bitch ghostwriters. No wonder they're quitting. Stephen Knight is not Kathleen's bitch. He wrote Peaky Blinders. He's got something called a career. He's got better shit to do than be a low IQ ghost writer for Kathleen Kennedy's harebrained Star Wars ideas. Can you believe the arrogance of these people? It's kind of stunning. It's kind of stunning when you think about it. She's using talented, credentialed Hollywood screenwriters as ghost writers. Roll tape.
Kathleen Kennedy. And her being the number one to decide that you're different and you got to be the same and you got to go is, I think, the wrong person to put as the spearhead, the placeholder, the crown. I don't think Kathy knows a darn thing about Star Wars, and if she does, have her write a movie. Have her write and direct a movie, and let's see how unbelievably atrocious it is. And if it's great...
She can't. She can't write anything. That's her problem. She thinks she has great ideas, and she thinks the fact that she could not write them herself is not the problem. Oh, my ideas are genius. I'm a brilliant genius. I'm so genius, I don't even have time to write. That's why I have bitches for that.
Well, okay, then something else is wrong there, but I don't think it will be. There's also another issue. Disney might be second-guessing the entire nature of the project. Will they or won't they allow this film to move forwards? Do we really need another Rey movie? We don't. Plot details have been kept fairly hush-hush, but based on what I've heard, the film will focus on Rey's tutelage at an academy of up-and-coming Jedi, and part of her attempt to build a new Jedi Order. Exactly what we wanted to see Luke Skywalker do. They destroyed all of the legacy characters so that they could make way for their own. They killed Han Solo. Carrie Fisher's unfortunately gone. Luke Skywalker was turned into a loser and died. And now all of the, C-3PO, all those dudes, like, they got rid of them. You got BB-8, you got Rey, Poe, Finn, Rose, a whole bunch of, like, characters that are new, which is fine, but they got absolutely diluted character development, if you can even say it, and that's being extremely generous. So, when it comes to the writers at Lucasfilm, I don't think any of them really know what they're doing except for one person, and I think that's Jon Favreau. I think Jon Favreau, and when it...
I would agree with you, Star Wars Theory, if I had not seen The Mandalorian Season 3, which was a shit show. An embarrassment. I'm dead serious about this, folks. The Mandalorian Season 3 shocked me. It shocked me. Because I literally did not, I would never have guessed it would suck. I really wouldn't have. I was watching it, I was thinking, it might not be great, it might not be perfect, but they cannot afford, like, Baby Yoda is all they've got. Like, that was all they've got. It's the only Disney Star Wars brand that was making a real impact in the culture. I still see people, I see so many Hollywood, or Halloween, Grogu, what do you call those things? They're like inflatable tube men, but it's like Grogu. Like Halloween decorations of Grogu everywhere I go. How is Grogu a Halloween decoration? I don't know. But he's everywhere, folks. They could not afford for Mando Season 3 to be dumb, and it was dumb. I can't even believe that to this day. So how can you say that? How can you say that Jon Favreau knows what he's doing? I respect Star Wars Theory. I like him a lot. But how can you say that after Mandalorian Season 3 and the Lizzo Jack Black episode? Do I still have this? Do I still have this? I might still have it. It's in here somewhere. I guess I don't still have that video. I don't have it, but I do have this from the MCU. That would be Secret Invasion, folks. One of the worst things I've ever seen. Oh, it's so stunning and brave. Oh my God. It's a green alien who is a who is a shapeshifter dating a black man. That's really great. That's so good. An elderly black man with a green space alien that's a shapeshifter and trans. That's like 5 awesome things. Fucking chills, man. What do we get? One day, maybe we can get them to be regular humans again. I don't know, folks. But that being said, I felt like oh yeah. So thank you, Star Wars Theory. But folks, I want to show you something. Disney Lucasfilm has always been a shit show. Wind the clock back a few years. This is an old article, folks. This is the Hollywood Reporter from April the 5th, 2018, the year of our Lord, 2018. Tony Gilroy, that would be the writer behind Andor. You're going to love this, folks. Wait till you hear this. Tony Gilroy on Rogue One reshoots. Quote, they were in terrible trouble. The screenwriter who salvaged the Star Wars project says the situation was so dire, all you could do was improve their position. Tony Gilroy is getting candid for the first time about his emergency trip to the Star Wars galaxy. Now remember, folks, this article was in 2018. In June 2016, Lucasfilm hired the Oscar-nominated writer to rework Rogue One, a Star Wars story, after the studio was unsatisfied by the state of director Garrett Edwards' movie. By August, he was taking a leading role in post-production and oversaw reshoots to fix a few issues, including the film's ending, which is arguably the reason that movie is so well regarded. Frankly, it's why I like it so much, is that third act. That's why Star Wars Rogue One is arguably really the only good Disney Lucasfilm project. Resume quote, Gilroy ultimately was paid millions for his work, and many consider him the film's ghost director. Gilroy had not spoken publicly about Rogue One until Monday's appearance on The Moment with Brian Koppelman podcast, where he noted that he immediately saw ways to improve the movie when he came on the scene in London. Quote, if you look at Rogue, all the difficulty with Rogue, all the confusion of it, and all the mess, and in the end, when you get in there, it's actually very, very simple to solve. Oh my God, oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's fantastic. What a dude. Nuked from orbit. I want to read that again, folks. This is what Tony Gilroy had to say about the problems, the shit show that was Rogue One. Folks, think about this. Rogue One, behind the scenes, was a shit show. It was falling apart. Nothing was working. They bring in Tony Gilroy, an actual talented writer with credentials and skill. Something Leslie Headland and Dave Filoni and Kathleen Kennedy know nothing about. Talent. To fix it. And this is what he has to say about it. If you look at Rogue, all the difficulty with Rogue, all the confusion of it and all the mess, and in the end, when you get in there, it's actually very, very simple to solve. Close quote. Dude. When you hire someone who is not a stupid human being who eats glue, it's pretty simple to solve. Imagine if Gilroy was brought in to fix the Acolyte. He'd probably be like, dude, this is easy. Let me fix a couple things. First of all, we're not going to reveal who the murderer is in the first episode. The first 5 minutes. Never mind the first episode. No, we're not going to have our protagonist choke to death her own mentor as the crowning achievement of the show. Let's rework this a little. The power of many, the power of two, the power of many. We're going to scrub that scene. But that's the most stunning and brave scene. We're scrubbing it. It's pretty simple, folks. Why? Why would we scrub that stunning and brave scene? Well, to put it in the simplest way possible, because it's stupid. Open quote. Gilroy said of the film, because you sort of go, this is a movie where folks just look, everyone is going to die. So it's a movie about sacrifice. Oh, my close quote. See, Gilroy, being an actual writer, being an actual talented storyteller, he immediately identifies what the story is about. Rogue One is actually, it's an institution. Well, is it? No, I suppose is it a Golden Fleece story? Because they are looking for the secret of the Death Star to take it down. Maybe. I'd have to think about it. But I almost kind of think of it as an institutionalized story because it's really about a group of people who are part of a cause and they have to decide what's worth dying for, what isn't, whether they want to join this cause or burn it down. Like that's really what the story is about. And I love that Tony Gilroy immediately identified that it's a film about sacrifice. Beardos is saying in the chat, hey man, don't disrespect glue eaters by comparing them to Disney Star Wars Shills. Glue is pretty tasty. And Fu Man Blue says he's got you there, Cap. I will admit when I was in kindergarten, it was for a while there. Why is it so good? Yeah, actually, even better. Do you remember when, you used to do paper mache, which is really I forget how you make it, but it's something like flour and water and maybe something else. I forget how you make paper mache. But, it tasted kind of like biscuit dough. So you'd be getting ready to do your paper mache, and you'd have a wooden spoon, and you're just like, stop eating the paper mache. You're right. It's not fair. It's not fair to the glue eaters and the paper mache eaters out there. It's getting better. Says Man Blue. Beardo says, what's your favorite flavor of crayon? Mine is red. Red! It's red! My favorite flavor of crayon is definitely green. Okay, resuming with these. Green Planet! Quote, speaking of Gilroy, he saw the opportunity to explore why the films, that would be Rogue One, characters played by stars Felicity Jones, Diego Luna, and Donnie Yen would ultimately sacrifice themselves at the end of the film in order to allow the rebels to gain the plans to the Death Star. Choosing his words carefully, Gilroy signaled how much of the project was changed after he boarded. Star Ben Mendelsohn has said an enormously different version of the film exists. Oh, I don't doubt it. Quote, I came in after the director's cut. I have a screenplay credit and the arbitration was easily won, said Gilroy. Close quote. Think about this, folks. Gilroy came in as a fireman to save Rogue One. He rewrote it and saved it from being a disaster. It would have been a disaster. Their first disaster, actually. Think of this. This is the second film produced by Disney Star Wars. The second anything produced by Disney Star Wars. Imagine if Gilroy had not redone it. It would have been their first disaster after Force Awakens. It would have been their first full-blown disaster before we even saw Solo or The Last Jedi. Gilroy saved it. And these shitheads at Disney, they did not want to put him in the credits. He had to take them to arbitration to get his name in the credits. Think of that. Dude, this is unbelievable to me. Resuming with the article, unlike lifelong fans like Star Wars, The Last Jedi's Rian Johnson, debatable, Gilroy was not a fan of the franchise before boarding and therefore had no trepidation about potentially messing it up. Quote, I've never been interested in Star Wars ever, so I had no reverence for it whatsoever. I was unafraid about that, said Gilroy, and they were in such a swamp. They were in so much terrible, terrible trouble that all you could do was improve their position. Close quote for a second. You know, this is like the character of Gregory House, Dr. House, in the TV show House, the titular eponymous character of House. He's like the biggest asshole in the hospital, but he's also the best doctor in the hospital, so people put up with him being an asshole. Gilroy's sort of like that. He doesn't give a shit about Star Wars. He thinks it's dumb, but he's like House. He knows how to save the patient. Resume, quote, Rogue One debuted to strong reviews, 85% on Rotten Tomatoes, and earned more than $1 billion. It was a belly killer at the global box office, but Gilroy doesn't have, again, this article's in 2018, folks, doesn't have plans to return to a galaxy far, far away. Quote, it doesn't appeal to me, he said, of making another Star Wars film, but I don't think Rogue really is a Star Wars movie in many ways. To me, it's a Battle of Britain movie, close quote. Kind of funny that Gilroy wound up writing Andor, even though he thought he'd never come back to it. Now, that's how much of a shit show Rogue One was. You're correct, Fu Man Blue. House is like Holmes in the hospital. Grandmaster, Solo had major issues also. They brought Ron Howard in to save it, but he didn't. Actually, he made it worse. That's so great that you bring that up, Grandmaster, because it just so happens we're not done in our trip down memory lane. Try this article, my dear sailors and starnauts. This from Variety, June 20th, the year of our Lord 2017. Star Wars Han Solo spinoff Lord and Miller fired after clashing with Kathleen Kennedy. Phil Lord, hang on a second, let me cue this up here. Phil Lord and Chris Miller's reputation for writing irreverent poppy films, such as 21 Jump Street and The Lego Movie, helped the white-hot writing and directing duo land one of the most coveted gigs in Hollywood. A chance to call the shots on a Star Wars film. Oh my God, this is such a throwback. Dude, this article was written back when Star Wars The Force Awakens had just come out. Rogue One was pretty good. Star Wars was a hot brand. Hot brand. Everyone was excited about Star Wars back then. Even if you weren't wild about The Force Awakens, Star Wars was massive still at this time. So you can even tell in this article, they're like, wow, they're going to get to write on a Star Wars movie. Resuming with the article, but their chance to put their stamp on a galaxy far, far away collapsed on Tuesday with the stunning announcement that the pair would be departing the still untitled Han Solo spin-off movie in the midst of production. Their exit comes after months of conflict with producer Kathleen Kennedy, others from her Lucasfilm team, and co-writer and executive producer Lawrence Kasdan, and the two directors hired to infuse the Star Wars universe with a tongue-in-cheek sensibility. Miller and Lord were stunned to find out that they were not being granted freedom to run the production in the manner that they were accustomed to. They balked at Kennedy's tight control on the set. A person with knowledge of the production said that the chemistry between the directors and Kennedy was never right. Quote, it was a culture clash from day one, the source said. She didn't even like the way they folded their socks, close quote. Jesus. Oh my God. This woman has got to be an absolute bitch on wheels. She is a B-I-itch on wheels. Can you imagine? She is a low talent, low IQ moron who thinks she's a genius. Folks, there cannot be a worse hell than working for someone like that. Resuming with the article, the source said that while Lord and Miller were supposedly hired for their vision and distinctive brand of filmmaking when it came to the Star Wars production, Kennedy did not approve of their shooting style. Their shooting style? Close quote. She's a producer. She's telling them how to shoot the movie. She's, no, correction, not a producer, an executive producer. That's a bureaucrat. That's a pencil pusher. That's not a creative. Open quote, and process of interacting with actors and crew. Close quote. Geez, she was, okay, so let me get this straight. According to this source, again, folks, this article is in 2017, okay? This is 2017. Wind the clock back. Kathleen Kennedy objected to how the screenwriters Lord and Miller folded their socks, shot the film, and interacted with actors and crew. This woman's a whack job, folks. Lucasfilm has been a 100% shit show from day one. Folks, The Acolyte was always going to happen. It was destined to happen. It was the Titanic and the iceberg. It was a rendezvous that was a decade in the making. There was not any other way it could have gone. It was fate. Open quote. They weren't given the leeway to do what they had to do, the source said. The duo also clashed with Kasdan, who has been an integral creative part of several Star Wars movies dating back to the 1980 The Empire Strikes Back. Like Kennedy, he questioned many of the pair's directing choices. Quote, Kathy and her team and Larry Kasdan have been doing it their way for a very long time. They know how the cheese is made, and that's how they want it made, said the source. It became a very polarizing set. In statements accompanying news of the directing shakeup, both Kennedy and Lord and Miller alluded to differing visions for the project. Dude, folks, close quote for a second. I'm bringing you this article because I read this article in 2017 when it came out. I was excited about Star Wars. I loved Force Awakens. I was excited that they were going to be doing a movie a year. I couldn't wait for all the anthology films, including the Obi-Wan anthology film, which I was excited about. I remember reading this article and thinking, well, she must be firing them for a good reason. I seriously thought that when I read this article. I was like, wow, she must really understand Star Wars. She must really know that they've got the wrong idea about this. And I was pretty much on her side when I read this article because I thought, well, gee, you wouldn't fire talented people like this unless they were really screwing the pooch. Oh, folks, what a sweet summer child your dear captain was back then. Resuming with the article, quote, unfortunately, our vision and process weren't aligned with our partners on this project. We normally aren't fans of the phrase creative differences, but for once, this cliche is true. We are really proud of the amazing and world-class work of our cast and crew, said Lord and Miller in a statement. Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking that was Kathy. I used the Shill voice for Lord and Miller. Anyway. We march on. Kennedy promised a new director would be announced shortly. Sources say Ron Howard is in talks to take over the film, but there is no deal as of yet. Ron Howard declined to discuss the prospect of his taking over the movie in a conference call with reporters on Wednesday to unveil plans for the second season of his National Geographic TV series Genius. Who cares? Who cares? It is unclear if and how Lord and Miller will be credited on the movie. Hollywood Insider said their forced departure in the middle of filming was a highly unusual situation. Oh, those were the days. Kennedy said it. Folks, is this not an incredible time capsule? Close quote. This is a great time capsule, isn't it? Dude, how many articles have we read about the shit show that is The Acolyte, the shit show that is the Rian Johnson trilogy, the shit show that is The Mandalorian, Ahsoka? Dude, this article has been repeated about 1,000 times, the story that it's telling. Resume quote. Kennedy said in a statement, Phil Lord and Christopher Miller are talented filmmakers who have assembled an incredible cast and crew, but it's become clear that we have very different creative visions on this film, and we've decided to part ways. The directors did not leave the production voluntarily, but were fired by Lucasfilm. The decision comes as the Han Solo film still has several weeks left to shoot. She fired them in the middle of the movie shooting. She fired the writers of the movie in the middle of principal photography. And like it was nothing. Resume quote. According to another individual with knowledge of the production, an additional several weeks of reshoots have been planned to take place later this summer. It's not clear who will take over directing duties from Lord and Miller. Tony Gilroy from Michael Clayton oversaw some of the reshoots for Rogue One, A Star Wars Story. However, he will not be directing the Han Solo film, according to his spokesperson. Big mistake, Kathy. Kennedy had her own ideas about how the film should be shot. In an interview with Variety last year, she said she wanted the film to have, quote, a heist or Western-type feel, adding, "We've talked about Frederick Remington and those primary colors that are used in his paintings defining the look and feel of the film." What? Okay, Google, show me Frederick Remington. What is this babe talking about? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. There it is. So she wanted, so this is a Frederick Remington painting of the Old West. Kathleen is literally, I want Star Wars to look like this. Can you make it look like this? Kathy, we've been shooting the movie for 4 weeks now. We've already written the script. It's gone through several drafts. We're pretty confident in our vision for this project. And I'm sure that it's all going to work out. Oh, I don't see enough of these colors. Where are these colors? You're fired. Morons. Resuming with the article, quote, "We've talked about Frederick Remington and those primary colors that are used in his paintings, defining the look and feel of the film. Some insiders believe that while Kennedy wants to make a splash by hiring young indie directors such as Gareth Edwards from Rogue One and Rian Johnson in Star Wars The Last Jedi, she's ultimately unwilling to empower them to make their own creative decisions. Unlike Edwards and Johnson, Miller and Lord felt they had earned their stripes, having worked extensively in the major studio system." Oh, forget about that. Dude, if they only knew, close quote, man. If they only knew that years down the road, Leslie fucking Headland, a dumb personal assistant to a serial rapist, was going to be their successors. Oh my God, if they could only have known that what was in store for Star Wars was literally this.
The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
Quote, "The Han Solo film will focus on the Millennium Falcon pilot's early days as a smuggler. The film stars Alden Ehrenreich as in the role Harrison Ford made famous. The cast includes Donald Glover, Tandy Newton, why do people like that, babe? Woody Harrelson, Michael K. Williams, and Emilia Clarke." A spokesperson for Disney declined comment other than to say that the Han Solo standalone remains slated for a May 25th, 2018 release date. Lord and Miller's reps also declined comment. Hashtag Solo lost money. I also remember, it wasn't this article, I guess, but I remember reading that one of the reasons that Kathy fired Lord and Miller is because they were writing Solo to be a funny guy. They were writing him to have like a clever wit and a lot of one-liners, and she felt that was wrong for his character. She said that Solo is not a jokester. He's a serious character who's sarcastic. These are stupid people that eat glue.
Put a tick in it, make her gay! Fuck Indiana Jones, put a tick in it and make her name it gay!
Folks, what I'm trying to establish here, if I have not yet sufficiently made my case, I think I have, it was always a shit show. Lucasfilm is run by stupid people who eat glue. Anthony says it's their go-to response for everything. They blame the fans. Herb Kush says, so when it flops, they can blame the scriptwriter. Exactly. That's I went a little hard there, Beardos. He's saying, wait, Harvey Weinstein graped cereal too? That's messed up, man. It is. It's depraved. Grandmaster says they should have mocapped Harrison instead of recasting him. I don't know, man. I'm not... Listen, the more I see the skin suit thing, the less I like it. The less I was kind of in favor of it in the early... Like in Rogue One, you see Leia, and it's just a little teeny scene. You know, she's getting the plans of the Death Star. I was sort of okay with that. I was sort of okay with Grand Moff Tarkin being an animated character. I'm not okay with it anymore. I think it's... Something is deeply wrong with this. So, you know, I've changed my mind about it. Anthony says Solo was doomed as soon as Kennedy got her mitts on it. Absolutely. Herb's theory is Kathy just hated that they were men. I don't know. She's just dumb. Man, she's dumb. She thinks she knows how to make a movie without being a writer, without having any actual credits, writing or directing anything. She doesn't have the talent or the vision, but she thinks she does, which is bad. That's bad. It's what, you know, the only thing worse than a know-it-all is a think they know it all. Redoubt says, quote, fire Lord and Miller. That one didn't age so well. No, it didn't. It really didn't. Staff Yeti says, night, early start for me. Good night, Staff Yeti. Captain salute. And there he goes. Grandmaster noting that House MD was a great show, but they destroyed it in the last 2 seasons with their gayness and weirdness. I'll just say that the last season is extraordinarily depressing, and I hated the ending. I absolutely hated the ending of House. Yeah, it was dumb. The character just got too dark. They just went, you know, I mean, I almost kind of, I don't know how you write him another way because he was such an antisocial asshole that at some point the character had to be held accountable. That would be House MD. But could they not have done something different? I don't know. What if House had gotten better? You know what I mean? Like, what if House as a person had gotten better and become a better man at the end? I think that would have been a better ending. Like if he worked through his pain and became less of a misanthrope. Like, I think that would have been a better ending than Wilson dies of cancer. Spoilers for House. And House becomes a felon who did something violent and dangerous to Cuddy. That was terrible. I don't like that. I don't really like that. But yes, he was Sherlock Holmes. What did Star Fury say his favorite crayon was? Yellow is my favorite cram. Or sorry, cram. Yellow is my favorite crayon, but I'm half Asian after all. Star Fury. He's out there, folks. Star Fury's out there. Grandmaster says in Rogue One that was a deep fake, not mocap. Well, I don't know. I'm just saying the way that they are. Dude, they used the likeness of I forget the name of the actor, but that played Tarkin. They used his likeness without compensating his family or his estate or even asking their permission. And the family had to sue Disney. How that's messed up, man. That is sick. So I don't. I just worry that it's dystopian. It's dystopian. Maybe the fact that actors die or are not available for the role or are too old for the role, maybe that should just be the way it is my point. Like maybe there's a reason for that. Wrangler is back. Says, hail. We lost a Star Fury, but we gained a Wrangler. Welcome, Wrangler. Captain's just getting warmed up. We just established what an absolute shit show Lucasfilm has been from the beginning. Now, I wanted to share this. It's tangentially related. I wanted to share this video a while ago. The problem was I couldn't find it. And I scrubbed through hours and hours and hours of the real BBC to find it because, damn it, I didn't mark the time and date in my stack of stuff when I saw it. But anyway, Mauler, the surgeon, the long man, he played all of Star Wars Outlaws. And he put together this brilliant montage of what a shit show this video game is. Dude, it is amazing. It is absolutely amazing. Share screen, Mr. Producer. Mr. Producer, now would be the time. No, it's not a downloaded video. It's a tab. Like I always do. I'm not raising my voice. I'm passionate. It's passion. I appreciate what you do. I do. Yes, more bagel bites. 12, please. Thank you. Here it is. Yes, Mr. Producer has the video now. Hat tip, the real BBC.
That is how you do it.
Oh, I thought it's about us. Okay.
Mauler, Star Wars in-laws.
Fine.
Okay, so play the whole game. I'm gonna have a little showcase of clips for you for some of the best stuff. Obviously, there are like 400 clips. I'm gonna show you like 7. So
wow,
I'll try and gift you the best experience. But we'll start with a nice and simple one. In the distance, there is my vehicle,
folks. I am so excited. I've seen this already, and I'm so excited. Dude, this is incredible. This is absolutely incredible.
And
okay,
it's supposed to be static, it's all speeder, and this just starts happening randomly when I was doing my own shit.
Oh, bye.
So if you can't see it, it's a little hard to see it in the video. His speeder is just spinning in circles in the distance.
This is not supposed to happen. It's
Fine.
doing donuts.
Wow.
So that's a nice easy start. Like, oh, a little glitch. Yeah, a little
glitchy poo. All happens to the best of us.
This, I think I've got audio sharing.
Speak for yourself.
Wait, hello.
I don't know what's going on. It says clear the mechanical room. I'm in the mechanical room and everything's gone. So I'm confused. And someone in chat says, shoot your gun. Just shoot it, because if there's anyone in the area, they might react to it. And I was like, oh, good point. I'll do that.
Oh, somebody's around there. Oh, no, they're stuck behind the door.
Gosh dang.
What's that little rat?
Room. Oh, that's my...
Dude, this is the glitch in all video games I despise the most. He can't finish the mission quest unless he kills all the enemies in the room, but the last enemy is stuck behind a door and he can't get to him.
Little companion. He's your obligatory cute Star Wars creature that comes with you on your adventures. Because
merch. Is it called merch?
Oh, for sure, yeah. But there's nothing I could do to get to this person.
Oh, no. It's okay.
So,
look, dude, this is a small indie company.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're trying. This one speaks for itself.
Oh!
So now his character just falls through a wall. It's like... Dude, Ubisoft spent... I think it was something like $200 million on this game. How much... budget of Star Wars Outlaws. Budget of Star Wars Outlaws. Between $200 and $300 million. A massive video game studio. And they produced a piece of garbage. Just garbage.
It's a small indie developer, dude.
They're trying.
Where is the money going? What are you doing with it? They are setting it on fire.
All indie developer in early access, okay? It's in alpha, so just come on now.
So this is I cleared out the area and chat noticed what was wrong. I hadn't, but I prefer to reveal it this way. I killed a bunch of death troopers. It was like you got to use the card you get from them to clear your wanted signal, which I could rant about forever, but we don't need to. So there's a little terminal and it's not working. And it's like, someone must be in the area.
Okay.
It's like, can't do it. You're in combat.
Unavailable in combat. Okay. Find the person that you're in combat with. Finish them off.
Oh, what?
So his speeder is just magically on the roof of a building for no reason.
I didn't notice him for ages.
Oh, what?
Because I wasn't looking at the fucking ceiling. I was looking at the valve. It thought just the fucking roof. This whole time, I've just been not seeing this motherfucker.
Wow.
What are you doing up there?
I think he's waving or jerking it. One of the two. Right?
He's watching porn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Although it was worse than that. The guy he's looking for is on his speeder on the roof of this building. I couldn't even see that.
Hit headshots on driving enemy. But was he though? You know, was he driving?
What's he look? What the hell is he doing right there? Looks like,
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. It's not his speeder. It's an enemy on a speeder who just is stationary on a roof. And he couldn't find him because he was up on a roof.
like there was a little stroking going on.
No.
Oh, there's 4.
Oh, look, I can farm this.
Yeah, yay! Oh, yay!
Oh my god.
Oh no.
How many headshots can he take?
This guy's tough.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh no.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Wow.
Indie developer.
Yeah. In alpha build, so come on now.
This is more of just an example of how the stealth works, right? So,
okay,
2 grenade launches. Like, oh my god, we're gonna get this girl. Where is she? They struggle because obviously I'm in super secret hiding place. I'm a ghost. Look at these guys. They haven't even noticed.
What?
Where could I be?
Oh my god!
Look how pathetic the fucking AI.
What difficulty setting is this on?
So he literally can just hide in the tall grass, and he's absolutely invisible to the alerted enemies. Nobody can see him.
Normal. Can you get me? Come on. The thing is, this is essentially a known bug at this point. If you go into the long grass anywhere, the bots can't deal with you. They just don't know what to do. You see me?
Oh my god! Oh no! No!
They're gonna get me.
I don't think they are, Mauler. I really don't think they are. There she is! Get her!
Get her!
Oh, she's gone. No, she's
Oh,
gone.
these blasted flowers. I can't see through them. Or shoot through them. Or walk through them.
Or burn them.
Or burn them.
Completely outsmarting them.
Yeah, man, they don't know who they're up against here. You can steal from them. Oh no! Who did that?
To be fair,
Who did that?
it's an indie. They've got $1 to make the game. So.
Yeah.
Oh my god, $1.
And it's an alpha. Come on, man.
What's
A Mauler. To be fair, they've got $1 to make the game. Oh my god, it's so pathetic. Skunk's Workshop says, I would never release something like that if I were AAA. Of course you wouldn't. You know, it's like we're out here. If you're an independent creator, you are working for every penny of budget you have. Skunk's saying Outlaws is a joke. Fu Man Blue says, like Jeremy always says, streaming is really hard, LOL. It is! This is very difficult work. And I feel very underappreciated. Beardo says, I almost feel bad for all of the EFAP for having to go through all that game and all the Shill videos so extensively, but it needed to be done. Agreed. It had to be done. Like Walter White said in Breaking Bad, this had to be done. I don't want to discuss it. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, the fact that it made it to release is a glaring reflection of how effed up things are. Yeah, agreed, Beardos. They only had like $300 million. Oh, geez, $300 million. What can you make with that?
What's Ubisoft worth?
A few billion.
Okay.
All right, you ready? So I'm just doing my thing, man. Who knows what'll happen next, right? Who could say?
Who knows? What? He just drove into an electric fence.
I love this one so fucking much. It's such a like.
Hey, I know you.
He was really far away.
It's a Kenobi moment.
It is.
Yeah.
That blasted fence.
The best part
if only
is
had gone around. If only had gone around.
Later, I deactivate the little wall thing here, and he stays exactly the same. He's just floating.
He's just a floating corpse.
Yeah. So it's a good. This one's a lot. I'll try and skim through it, but basically, like they try and tell you you're supposed to go straight to your ship, and I literally just go, "What if I don't though?" Because it activates the cutscene. If you stay around, they don't expect players to do that, so all of the enemies start to break. They don't know what to do. Like they're going through walls.
He just wants to do. Small indie dev coming now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've worked on this for like one day, one week maybe.
Yeah.
And,
pre-alpha now. Pre-alpha build now.
Trying to see if I show it, but oh yeah, so I start walking around this whole hangar, and then it says you have to return to the quest area.
Why?
Look at the hangar. I'm at the edge of the hangar, and it's like you can't go that far.
Return to the quest area.
No,
don't go this far.
You're not having fun properly.
You're not.
No, my allies. My allies are NPCs who are supposed to just get on the ship with me. So if I don't, they don't know what to do, and they have not been programmed for anything else, so they just stand there.
Isn't this a game specifically made for kind of walking around doing stuff? No?
It's called an open world game, Gary. That means you have to go on rails everywhere.
Okay.
That means it's linear. That means it's linear.
This is my crack team that's supposed to save the world.
What?
He's got all these they're just standing there doing nothing. They're just... My God, it's unbelievable. They spent, I guarantee you, all of that production budget went into like the coffee bar at work and catered lunches and discussion, writers' room meetings about how to include pronouns and how to redesign the beautiful model who acted the part of, what's her name, Vess? How to uglify her. And how to be inclusive and representative, and they had basically zero, like zero work went into testing the game, designing the mechanics, programming the AI, telling a compelling story. Everything wokeness touches turns to crap. And yes, I'm saying Outlaws was destroyed by wokeness. If not directly, indirectly.
The door in the background opening up to all these Empire people who don't know how to open the door.
They don't know what to do.
Hey, I can relate. Hey, don't get mad at him for not being able to do that. That's hard, okay?
I love that you're using that body as a shield.
They can't be killed. They're immune.
I know, he's taking bullets like a trooper. Oh, no!
Oh!
Can you believe it? They let me die.
You got out-thunkered.
Dude, you got shot in the vag right there.
That's how.
Oh, watch what happens here. Actually, this is pretty funny.
They're shooting at the door. They're literally shooting at the door.
It's the dead eye mechanic they've got in this.
Oh, Red Dead Outlaws. Yeah.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Oh, now they work.
Look at him go! I woke him up.
Not him. He's just.
Off he goes.
Oh no! Where are you going?
I was like, I have to be alive to see what they do, and I got a decent understanding of it. I'm trying to get to them, but if you can spot it, they're sort of just standing still among all the enemies. You see them?
There they are.
Oh no! Oh, no!
We got you, bro.
All of his buddies just walk into the area with the enemies. They just stand there. They just do nothing while the enemies are fighting with you.
Get stuck in.
It's just getting shot.
What are you, we're just waiting. We're just waiting for you. We're just waiting for you. You know.
So, it's just top notch. Everything about it. Here's an example of me taking on a Star Destroyer. This is an epic space battle.
Ooh,
yeah. So, yeah, we can expect now. It's like, oh, so this could be real epic. I got to take out these turrets here. Let's see what happens.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you read?
Okay, Morley. Morley, did you ever play Star? Oh, hold on. Oh.
Carry on. While this is going on, don't worry.
I'm waiting for your ship to carry on.
He's just stationary at point blank range, just casually firing at the turret.
Did you ever play Star Wars, the online Star Wars, The Old Republic?
No, I don't think so. No.
I just want to say, what game? Well, that came out in 2013, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little bit before. Better space combat than this.
Wow.
I mean, wasn't Battlefront 2 like 2005?
2004, I want to say.
Well, 4 or 5, but between the both of them anyway. Space combat and that kicked ass. That was a while ago.
Rogue Squadron. Remember Rogue Squadron?
Okay, this, honest to God, this reminds me of Starfield. This feels like Starfield to me. It's so bad. It's so boring. Oh, it's so awful. A complete, absolute disaster. This goes on, folks. This continues to go on. Mauler, absolutely with surgical precision, he disassembles this piece of trash known as Star Wars Outlaws. It is magnificent. So hat tip to Mauler, the long man. A total evisceration of Star Wars Outlaws. A complete disaster. Failure. That's so bad. What else is in the stack? What's in the comments? What's in the chat? Dude, you guys are popping off in the Discord. That's right. We are on Discord. So, make sure to check out the Discord. It's a permalink. Oh, the captain has to stretch. Oh, been a long day. Ugh. Join our Discord. We have great fun here on the Souls and Starships channel. In fact, did you know that not only do I critique fiction, the good, the bad, the ugly, I've written fiction myself. I am a bard. And this video is brought to you by... This video is sponsored by the High Seas action-adventure novel Blood and Oak by me, Captain Garrett. Here's the story. When his sister is kidnapped and sold into slavery by the Barbary pirates, a daring young Navy officer embarks on a suicidal quest for rescue and revenge. This is a story of bloody naval warfare, set during the age of fighting sail, with ruthless rogues, smugglers, cutthroats, and pirates, with deadly sword fights, and tall ships slugging it out with cannons. Available now in Kindle, print, and audiobook. Go to www.bloodanoak.com. And when you get there, there's a free special gift waiting for you from me. Get your copy now. The link is in the description. And now, to me. There it is. Thank you, Captain. I appreciate that rousing trailer for a brilliant work of fiction. That would be Blood and Oak. Gritty, bloody, action-packed adventure on the high seas. Lots of sword fights. There's not enough sword fights in old-fashioned adventure stories, and so I ratcheted up the sword fight potential. So Beardo says Rogue Squadron 2 on the GameCube was fantastic. It was. It was. You know, those games back then were, compared to what we have today, were masterpieces. I mean, even you think of like Mario 64, like what a revelation that game was compared to shit that we get now. Mario Galaxy, that was a pretty amazing game. Beardos goes on to say the budget was spent on DEI consultants. Yeah, I mean, dumb people who don't have any business being there are being hired for diversity and equity and sensitivity. It makes me sick. Wrangler says, oops, it looks like he's going to have to use the time-tested speedrunners technique of clipping to finish the mission. Yeah, it's, dude, I just marvel at that because, yeah, you know that Outlaws is bad, but to see it all put together so neatly, you know, the Logman, just look at all the shit. The whole game is shit, and there are still dumb shills out there like, oh my god, Outlaws is so stunning and so brave. Do we have shills? Do we have Star Wars? I think Grizzy had Star Wars Outlaws shills. Where's Mr. Grizzy? Yeah, I got it. Videos. I feel like there has to have been. I think he did an Outlaws video. Star Wars Outlaw NPC shills fail to hype game and lose it over criticism of the main character. Yeah, there's a lot of them actually. Just a sampling. Just a sampling. Let me see if I can find. Here we go. Share screen. I'm not going to double dip. I'm not going to play the whole video, but I just want to reminisce about, you know, as bad as that game is, there's still shills defending it.
NPCs and bots will immediately be out running defense for this game. Kicking off, of course, with the completely fake and rehearsed trailer reactions.
At least that's what I hear.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm sure spitting out your drink was 100% necessary there.
Fake reactors, fake reactions.
Let's go! Jabba, right?
Let's go! Let's go!
I got a whole crew surrounding this. Okay.
Oh no!
Sarlacc!
Star Wars Outlaws pre-order available now.
And from there, we move on to blind praise and creating false hype by trying to galvanize their fan base to go out and support the game as well.
Guys, this is one of, if not my most anticipated game of the year. Anything that's got me going pew, 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 you know, sign me up.
I gotta say, the concept of this is enough for me to go, I might even pre-order this.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say not a good idea, bro, especially coming from Ubisoft.
$70 is the base game is just the game itself. $100, honestly, would still be reasonable.
Wow, so this guy is willing to pay $100 for just the standard edition.
What an idiot!
This whole...
Folks. Talk about not aging well. Look at it's just hitting me funny because it's like, oh my god, dude, look at how bad this game is. They're just all, oh look, it's gonna be so good. Thank you, Ubisoft. Thank you, Disney. We appreciate the gift bags.
Whole channel is just a walking, talking advertisement for Disney Lucasfilm.
I like the part where we got to see someone else frozen in carbonite, just like Han Solo was in, pretty sure it was The Empire Strikes Back.
It's carbonite. Like, and the, what was the one with the carbonite? It's red. The lightsaber is red.
Chris, we'll start with you. What'd you think of this trailer?
I love this. I'm really excited. Well, one, because it's an open world Star Wars game.
And because it's an open world game, that also means to these people that this is Grand Theft Auto in a galaxy far, far away.
It's basically like Grand Theft Auto plus Star Wars.
Oh,
I know.
I really think it's gonna be Grand Theft Auto like.
Yeah, GTA meets Red Dead. You like, that's it in a nutshell right there.
Yeah, these shills and their headcanon. Am I right or am I right? Or am I right? They headcanon. Dude, my favorite thing is how they'll be watching The Acolyte, which has nothing resembling a coherent plot. It has nothing resembling a genuine surprise or twist. It has nothing to say. It literally has no reason to exist other than that it has the name Star Wars. And these shills will sit there spinning theories like, oh, I bet that in season 2, it's going to be revealed that Yoda knew everything all along. And he had this strategy. And it's like, no, that's not going to happen. Why are you writing it for her? She can't write. Leslie Headland, she doesn't know what the hell she's doing. Just listen to her in an interview. She can't even answer questions about her own damn characters. It's so funny. That's what they survive on, folks. Headcanon. Why, thank you, Wrangler. Shilling my own book, Wolves Will Eat. Wrangler is a great friend to We of the Iron Age. I feel like, the light's a bit hot there, Mr. Producer. You're washing me out here, Mr. Producer. What, you're supposed to account for sundown. Yeah, well, I'm busy. I'm doing, this is the moneymaker. Jeez. Now that's too dark. Bring up the lights. Bring it up. No, turn on the lights. Thank you, Wrangler. I appreciate that. Anthony says Yuppie slop is a hot mess. The irony is, I could never be mean to a real employee. I could never be mean. I mean, the Mr. Producer is real. It's just it's an unpaid internship. That's the only difference. But like to a paid employee, I could never be. I could never be that way. And it's not because I'm not an auteur and a genius. I clearly am. I'm just saying I couldn't be mean. I would feel so bad. I'm almost starting to feel bad about Mr. Producer. I'm starting to feel guilty about it. Like I'm modeling bad behavior, This is bad leadership behavior. I'm starting to feel super self-conscious about it. It's like he treats his fictional employees like shit. He treats them like dirt. It's like the Trix Rabbit. It's like the Trix Rabbit. Do you remember these commercials? If you're old like me, there were commercials for the cereal. The cereal Trix. There's a rabbit. And the story goes that the rabbit wants to eat Trix cereal. But the problem is, as the slogan has it, Trix is for kids, not for rabbits. It's very exclusionary. It's very bigoted against rabbits. So every commercial is the Trix Rabbit is he's trying to like, he wheedles, he cons, he tries to steal cereal from children, and he always fails. The children always outsmart him, or some finger-wagging adult takes the cereal away from the rabbit, and they always say, silly rabbit, tricks are for kids. These commercials angered me when I was a kid. They angered me. I was like, that's unfair. That's discriminatory. I'm rooting for the rabbit. I kind of like the rabbit. I don't like these dumb, selfish kids. Why are they being so mean? I mean, sure, Trix may be for kids, but that doesn't mean a rabbit can't partake once in a while. It's cruel. I took great umbrage to it, and I'll never forget. There was, they did a campaign on the cereal boxes of Trix. I'll never forget this, folks. It was huge. And they never did it again, either. This was a one-time only world history event. they allowed the customers who purchased Trix cereal to send in, I think it was like you cut out like part of the box or something, and you filled out this little survey with your proof of purchase. You mailed it to Trix headquarters with your vote. In the next Trix commercial, will the rabbit be allowed to get the cereal? You vote, yes or no. So they allowed the real kids eating the cereal to vote on whether the Trix rabbit would finally get the cereal or not. It was a landslide, folks. It was an absolute landslide, proving that real children are not as evil as those selfish pricks in the commercial. The real children said, give the rabbit the Trix. He wants it. He's earned it. He's fought for it. He's blood, sweat, and tears. He wants those Trix. Give it to him. And it was the one commercial, one time only, where that poor, lovable rabbit got to have the cereal. And you know something? It was a heartwarming commercial because the kids were nice to him. They were nice to him. They let him have the Trix. Never happen again, folks. I guarantee you this was a big mistake. We're trying to teach children to be selfish. We're trying to teach them to just be greedy for our cereal. We can't have them getting mixed messages about generosity and kindness towards others. Like what would that do to our bottom line? It's so sick, man. It's sick. Which is to say that if I was that invested in the fictional Trix rabbit getting his cereal, I can only imagine how you, my dear viewers, must feel when you hear me browbeating my poor hapless producer. What kind of message does it send to the audience of the Swords and Starships channel? Well, you should be happy. This is about you. Jeez, I can never do anything right. Okay, anyway, I'm supposed to get back on topic. Whatever. Grandmaster, silly wabbit, Trix are for kids. Yeah, no, I hated it. I hated that. Let him have the Trix. I was a good person as a kid. Dude, but honestly, it like inspired me. It like restored my faith in humanity that when they actually allowed real children to vote, they all said overwhelmingly, let the rabbit have the Trix. The real kids of America wanted to share. They wanted to share. How beautiful is that? Dude, that's like the Christopher Reeve story, man. That's like humanity showing that we're not as evil as the misanthropic woke wackos would have you believe. It just makes me think of this. Hang on. All right, here we go. All right, just one for the road, huh? Just this is what the real children of America giving the Trix rabbit the cereal he so desired out of the kindness of their hearts. It just inspires me the way this inspires me.
I needed to do something not just for myself, but for everyone else in the same condition.
The fact that Superman was in a wheelchair and was willing to go public with it was huge.
Help is on the way.
The Christopher and Dana Reeve Paralysis Act.
People are literally walking because of him.
What is a hero? My answer was that a hero is someone who commits a courageous action without considering the consequences. Now my definition is completely different. I think a hero is an ordinary individual who finds the strength to persevere and endure in spite of overwhelming obstacles. I wouldn't have missed this for the world.
Beautiful. It's so beautiful. I need to see that movie. It left theaters before I could see it. It was like a limited release. I didn't get to the theater in time. I was so disappointed. The great Christopher Reeves. We of the Swords and Starships channel, we of the Fellowship, we of the Iron Age, we stand for humanity. We are a pro-human movement. We love humanity. It's beautiful. Let that rabbit have his tricks. I say, Grandmaster says Captain Crunch stays crunchy even in milk. Dude, I'm telling you something. Cereal companies are like as evil as the tobacco company. They are pushing drugs. They are the drug pushers of child food. It's because it's sugar. It's just sugar. You know, I remember begging my mom to buy Cookie Crisp. She would not let us have it. She would not let us have Cookie Crisp. You're not eating cookies for breakfast. It's not cookies for breakfast, Mom. It's cereal that looks like cookies. That sounds like cookies to me. Like, no, it's not, I swear. She was right. She was absolutely right. That's the thing is, she was right. Hell, I knew she was right. I knew she was right. But I had to have that cereal. I just had to have it. You know what I mean? That's evil, man. It's evil to produce cereals that makes kids that crazy. No wonder we're so unhealthy. RFK, men, make America healthy again. Anthony says Frankenberry and Count Chocula. I think my favorites were Wheaties. Why did I say Wheaties? Frosted Flakes. They're great. Frosted Flakes, I really loved those. I really loved Fruity Pebbles. I still love Fruity Pebbles. I will still eat Fruity Pebbles. And, you know, Cocoa Pebbles will do in a pinch. Grandmaster says, yummy mummy, fruity yummy mummy makes your tummy go yummy. What the hell is this? We've devolved into a cereal commercial. It's my own damn fault. Yeah, I wonder if I could find this. I know it's weird. This is weird that I'm even going down this rabbit hole. It's got to be, you know, the internet is forever. It truly is. Was this the one? I don't know. I could find a bunch of commercials where the rabbit is looking for. Yeah, that poor rabbit, he could never get the tricks. Dude, what kind of message does this send to children?
I love bright fruity tricks.
Tricks?
It's a part of his complete breakfast. And it's just for kids.
This sticker will make it just for rabbits. Sweet, colorful, bursting with fruity flavor. Finally, Tricks is mine.
Yours?
Tricks are for rabbits, see? Whoops.
A sticker. Silly rabbit, tricks are for kids.
Oh, I'm stuck.
Now you can stick your name on all your stuff with fun tricks.
Oh my God, no, the evils of consumerism. It's so terrible. Those brats, those absolute brats. Let the rabbit have a little fun. Jeez. They're probably right. You know, you give a rabbit cereal and the next thing you know, you got 10 rabbits. Well, who wants that? And they're advertising the stickers. Dude, I cannot tell you how much shitty cereal that I did not like that I would talk she rarely fell for it. She was too smart for it most of the time. But I would talk our mother into getting us a cereal we hated. We'd pretend we liked it. Oh, I love what the hell? What's the stuff that tastes like tree bark? The stuff that's like tree bark. It's like the thick little well, it's like wood chips that you put in like your planter. That's what it was. I literally cannot remember. Shredded wheat. That's it. Mini wheats. That's it. Frosted mini wheats. That's the cereal I'm thinking of. Hated it. Would never eat it. But it had like a secret decoder ring or something like that in it. It had some kind of toy in it that I wanted. I think it was actually something like it was a detective toy of some kind. It was like, oh, fingerprint dusting or whatever. And I'm like, Mom, I really want to try Frosted Mini Wheats. You don't like Frosted Mini Wheats. You won't eat it. I'm not buying that. Oh, but I want to know. I heard good things. I want to try. You just want the toy that's in it. You're not getting that. Pick something you like. Cookie Crisp. No, you know you can't have cookies for breakfast. I'm just asking. I'm just asking. We tried so hard. She could not be fooled. She just wouldn't believe it. And then Fu Man Blue says, oh, you'll eat crayons, but you draw the line at tree bark. Noted. Well, I have standards, Fu Man Blue. On specially marked boxes. Dude, look at this. Look at this. Everyone that's roughly in my age group, we're practically, without even, we have memorized without trying all of the corporate slogans for all those cereals. You know, they're great. Tricks are for kids. Like, oh, we are fully indoctrinated. The NPC download is fully entrenched years after the fact. It's been decades, folks. Decades since these commercials aired. And look at how we can just spit the lines at you like it's nothing. That's scary, folks. That is scary. If you think advertising doesn't work on you, think again. It works on everybody. Crazy, man. Redoubt Productions, Lucky Charms. Oh, you'll never get me pot of gold. Yes, the Lucky Charms. You'll never get me Lucky Charms. Oh, I remember that one. Dude, they were like Shakespearean tragedies, those cereal commercials. They didn't play, folks. They were Shakespearean tragedies. The hubris of the Trix rabbit and his greedy quest for tricks. The avarice and selfishness of the leprechaun who wouldn't let the kids have his Lucky Charms. The mythical godhood of Tony the Tiger and his athleticism worthy of Hercules, his never-ending struggle to deliver delicious and nutritious shredded flakes as part of this complete breakfast. These were the Avengers of our time, my dear sailors and star knots. Commercials just aren't what they used to be, you know? Now it's all pharmaceutical. It's like, do you suffer from COPD? Did you think you'd have to live with eczema forever? It's like, that's what every commercial is now. The cereal is pills. If you don't know, I'm a big fan of Nolan. That would be Christopher Nolan. Truly one of the great film auteurs, truly, of our time. Like, the guy, you know, even when it's a stinker like Tenet, it's still impressive. Tenet is a total failure as a movie, but it's still damn impressive in many ways. Like, there is an action scene in the film in which the protagonist of the film, who is named Protagonist, you're starting to see part of the problem with the film. The protagonist of the film, named Protagonist, is literally fighting a man who is moving backwards in time. Protagonist is moving forward in time, and the antagonist is moving backwards in time. And he's having a fight with this guy. And it's one of the most incredible action scenes I've ever seen. It's total nonsense, but it's amazing. So Christopher Nolan, truly, the thing is, when Christopher Nolan fails, he fails while daring greatly. Greatly. Leslie Headland fails while trying to achieve the minimum acceptable standard. You know what I'm saying, folks? Do you get what I'm saying? Low IQ people, when they fail, it's like you didn't even hit the minimum, bruv. When Christopher Nolan fails, it's because he did something that was so ambitious that it just didn't work. It just, it was like Elon trying to catch a rocket. It's like, if Elon failed to catch that rocket, nobody would shame him for it. Nobody could catch a rocket, bruh. Don't feel bad. And he just say, well, I think I'll try it again. You do that, Elon. Listen, we're rooting for you, Elon, but there's no shame in not being able to catch a rocket. We would be praising him for failing to catch that rocket. You know what I'm saying? It's because he's daring greatly. Christopher Nolan, he failed at Tenet. I admire what he was trying for. Because, wow, if he had brought that off, it would have been something to behold. That might have been his best film. If Tenet had worked, it probably would have been his best film. However, it failed. And so his best film remains Interstellar. One of the great... That's in my top 10, folks. Godzilla -1 and Interstellar. Those are my top 10 films of all time. Lord of the Rings occupies 1 slot. It doesn't get 3. It only gets 1. Which is my way of saying it is newsworthy when you hear that Christopher Nolan is working on a new film. This from Cosmic Book News. Christopher Nolan's new movie is rumored to be horror. Vampire rumor definitely likely fake. I sure like that news because vampires are so played out. Look, there's 2 things I don't want this movie to be. Vampires, zombies. No vampires, no zombies. I'm tired of zombies, tired of vampires. I'm tired of it. Say no more. Rumors are swirling that Christopher Nolan's new movie starring Matt Damon and Tom Holland is a vampire flick. But that actually might not be true. But what may be true is it could be a horror film. Gizmodo reported on a rumor they heard that the movie is a vampire film set in the 1920s. However, according to various reports, that's a rumor going around Hollywood that numerous insiders think is fake. Worth a mention is that Ryan Coogler is doing his own period piece vampire movie starring Michael B. Jordan with Sinners. So Nolan to do something similar? Possible, seems doubtful. Close quote, where has Michael B. Jordan been? Like, he's disappeared for a while. It's weird. He's a brilliant actor. He's awesome. Where the hell has he gone? You haven't even heard from the guy. That's weird, man. Usually when people are like on that kind of a just, meteoric rise, you usually hear I love how Michael B. Jordan just disappears for a while. Meanwhile, Pedro Pascal is cast in everything. What's that about? What's up with that? Open quote, there also happens to be Nosferatu coming out at Christmas time. Wesley Snipes just returned as Blade in Deadpool and Wolverine. And AMC also has their Interview with the Vampire series. Marvel also pulled its Blade movie starring Mahershala Ali off the release schedule. The original plan, yep, you guessed it, was to have the flick be a period piece with Blade battling vampires in the 1920s or so. I suppose, since it's Christopher Nolan, he can do what he wants. If his vampire movie is good, people will just forget about that other vampire stuff. Close quote for a second. Yeah, there's just one problem with that theory. Christopher Nolan is an old school artist. And an old school artist is interested in many things, including the pursuit of beauty and the pursuit of truth, verisimilitude. But above all, Christopher Nolan is interested in originality. Open quote. However, I am guessing it seems the vampire rumor was put out there to throw people off the scent of what the film is really about. In their report about the Tom Holland casting, THR did say the movie is not set in the present day, so if it's not about vampires, it could be a period piece horror film about something else. Ooh, The Mummy? That would be kind of cool. Christopher Nolan doing a take on The Mummy? Dude, that could be rad. What could it be? Chat, give me your theories. What do you think Christopher Nolan, if he's doing a horror film, what would it be about? Slasher? That seems too easy for me. Something involving body horror? Unlikely. A space alien, maybe. Open quote. Nolan is developing his new movie at Universal Pictures where he did Oppenheimer. The film already has a release date, July 17, 2026, confirmed for IMAX release, and will film early in the year of our Lord 2025. Well, there you go. Now, also of note, a truly classy actor. You know, I'm becoming, although he's not my favorite Spider-Man, he is quickly becoming an actor I greatly admire for how classy and professional he shows himself to be. This from Cosmic Book News. Tom Holland confirms Christopher Nolan movie, quote, phone call of a lifetime. While making the rounds, talking Spider-Man 4 and promoting his new non-alcoholic beer, Tom Holland, he's a recovering alcoholic, Tom Holland is. Tom Holland confirms the reports that he has been cast in a new Christopher Nolan movie. Details are scarce, but it's known the flick will start filming next year for its July 17th, 2026 release date. Quote, when the opportunity came in, it was the phone call of a lifetime, Holland said on Good Morning America in an interview on Wednesday. It was reminiscent of getting the call about Spider-Man 10 years ago. Close quote. Has it been 10 years? That is amazing. It's been 10 years since the announcement of Spider-Man Homecoming. Wow. He continued, it's an amazing thing for me. I'm super proud and I'm really, really excited. Holland also claims he doesn't know much. All I can say is that I'm incredibly excited and obviously honored, but that's all I can say because, to be honest, that's all I know. Wow, that's very mysterious. But I'm excited, folks. Dude, I was hoping there was more. I didn't pre-read those. I was hoping there was more. I want juice. I want dish. I want to know what Nolan's working on. Dude, literally, I get excited just thinking about what Nolan could be working on. That's what a great director he is. Why am I lagging? Testing. Why am I out of sync? I don't understand it. Let me kill this tab. Maybe that'll help. Kill this tab. Do I have any other open tabs? What else is open? Fu Man Blue says, I don't know about Az, but Holland has a real wonky eyebrow. Perhaps. Wrangler says the audio is glitchy. Yeah, my internet connection is not the best, and I'm working on hopefully improving that soon. So, we'll see. Anthony says, a remake of Shockwaves 1977 might be interesting. I don't think I've seen that one. Shockwaves? No, I don't want the definition of Shockwaves. 1977 film. Visitors to a remote island discover that a reclusive Yahtzee commandant has been breeding a group of zombie soldiers. Oh, come on. Nolan's never going for that, Anthony. What did I just... I don't want zombies. I'm tired of zombies. Especially Yahtzee zombies. I'm tired of... I definitely don't want to see Stormtrooper zombies. Fu Man Blue saying audio is buggy. Has it improved? StreamYard's probably struggling, says Wrangler. I don't know. I'm not getting any information about my stream being unstable, which it really bothers me. Yes, I'm having issues, StreamYards. Buggy audio. Whatever. What else is in the stack of stuff? You know, I am a great fan of Star Trek Enterprise. I feel it was very underrated. It's a very underrated show, and it went before its time. If it had had a few more seasons, it might have wound up the best of the Star Trek shows. I'm serious about that. Like, it was trending to become my all-time favorite. It's my dad's favorite Star Trek show, is Enterprise. And I understand why. You know, Enterprise had one of the things it had going for it is that it was a smaller starship. And so somehow it felt more real. Like I kind of know where the big places are on the Enterprise D. You know, I know where 10 Forward is. I know of 10 Forward. I know of engineering. I know the shuttle bay. I know the bridge and the battle bridge and sick bay and the holodeck. But if I actually could get aboard that ship, could I walk to those places without a map? No way. I don't really know where those places are. But on the Enterprise, the NX Enterprise, something about that ship, it was just small enough, it was just real enough that I feel like I could literally walk that ship. I could literally find my way through that ship. It felt real. It felt like home. I love the NX Enterprise. I really do. And something about that show was so charming. It's a beautiful show. So I came across this Dave Cullen video, and it just warmed my cold, dead heart. Starfleet, I wish you were still here. Because you are like Fu Man Blue and the rest of us. You're a Trekkie. Hat tip Dave Cullen show.
As I've mentioned before, Star Trek Enterprise became my favorite Star Trek series, but I've always been a sucker for an underdog, and Enterprise was certainly underappreciated at the time.
I'll tell you what, Season 3 of Enterprise, the Xindi conflict, is the best season of Star Trek ever. Ever. And that's going up against some of, like, the Dominion War, Seasons 5 and 6 of Next Generation, which are brilliant. That's going up against, I would say, probably Voyager season. I really love Voyager season 4 and 5 a lot. A lot of great Borg stuff in those seasons, but the Xindi season of Enterprise is some of the best. It is the best Star Trek season ever.
I think it was the first Trek series that finally had the...
I even love the dorky opening with the lyrics. I like the lyrics. Yes, I'm that guy. I'm one of the Star Trek fans that even likes the dorky lyrics in the beginning.
Production values to give Star Trek stories a more cinematic quality. I also happen to think its third and fourth seasons are among the best of the entire franchise.
Big agree.
Though there's plenty of great episodes in seasons 1 and 2. Trouble is, those opening 2 years also have their fair share of duds. But Enterprise 4th...
That's putting it mildly. Yeah, the first 2 seasons, a lot of duds in the first 2 seasons. But then again, ditto Deep Space Nine, ditto Voyager. Frankly, the first season of Next Generation for me is low-key unwatchable.
The 4th season was like a love letter to the franchise, tying in with future canon with some fantastic prequel stories. From the birth of the Federation story arc with the beginning of the coalition between humans, Andorians, and Tellarites.
Yes! Oh my god, he's singing my song. I love that run of episodes. Dude, folks, it's basically the origin story of the Federation, and it's done beautifully. It's so good. It is so good. And Archer is such a great leader in that episode. He is absolutely he is the picture of a Starfleet officer, the picture of a Starfleet captain, a paragon in that episode. It's so good.
There was a wonderful 3-part story about the Augments and Arak Sum.
Also excellent.
2-parter that explained why the Klingons look the way they do in the original series.
Also excellent.
And a brilliant 2-part story taking place entirely in the Mirror universe, In a Mirror Darkly.
That one was a bit like the Venom movies. Entertaining, but why should I care?
Clever reuse of the ending of Star Trek First Contact shows us when the main and mirror universes split apart, and we learn that the USS Defiant from the episode The Tholian Web was sent back in time to the mirror 22nd century. But the original plan for that mirror universe 2-parter was very different. Originally, the story was going to unfold in the main universe, but it was going to incorporate the mirror universe Captain Kirk.
Yes,
Tiberius
Wrangler admits to singing along. It's been a long road getting from there to here. I've got faith. Oh yeah, it's a great song, man. Dude, it's the best. But it's the story of humanity. That's why it's such a great opening. Listen, I was not a fan of them dropping. So you may not remember this. They did, and this is a bit of a sin, I will admit it. They did want to distinguish it a little from the other Star Trek shows at first. They learned it was a mistake, and they fixed the mistake. But at first, they were just calling it Enterprise, no Star Trek. That was a mistake. Bad. Bad, Paramount. You don't do that. But they quickly dropped that. They sped up the tempo. I hope I'm not glitching here. They sped up the tempo of the opening, and they added Star Trek as the title, and they made Enterprise the subtitle, and they corrected that mistake. But yes, it was about the story of humanity. It was bridging the story of who we are now to who Kirk and Picard are. That's basically why Enterprise is so good, because it was the bridge between who we are now to the enlightened people of the future. And Archer is kind of right halfway in the middle of that story. And he's kind of like the turning point of that story. That's really brilliant, folks. It's a great series. Grandmaster with a fascinating theory. I think I figured out what Nolan will be doing. The Invisible Man. That would be very cool. Holy shit! That is brilliant! That is a great idea! Oh, I think you called it, Grandmaster. Holy shit, that's a great suggestion. The Invisible Man by Nolan, by Christopher Nolan. D-Day Cobra. Jeremy has got to hear this. He has got to hear this. I wonder that's a great idea. You know, he could also do something like Dorian Gray. That would be kind of cool. Like, actually, yeah, there are some. Oh, shit. Holy shit. What about this, Grandmaster? Jack the Ripper. What if Nolan is doing a Jack the Ripper story? It's a bit cliche, I'll admit it, but in his hands, holy shit, that could be cool. That could be cool. But no, the Invisible Man, that's a great idea. I think that must be where he's going. He's going with those sorts of classics. Those kind of like Victorian era stories. That would be super awesome. Super awesome. I fully endorse that suggestion. But I think what you've identified there, Grandmaster, is what he'll be doing. Christopher Nolan, that is. He'll be doing a character study. That's what he's great at. Nolan is a genius at the character study. I think that if Nolan had done the sequel to Joker, like if it had been Nolan's project, the sequel to Joker would have been epic. I think it would have been great. Because Nolan has that kind of vision. He knows how to... Because when he made Batman Begins, he was only really interested... in doing a character study of the origin of Batman because no one had ever done that before, and he was curious about it. He's a curious man! And as I often say on this channel, curiosity is the foundation of intelligence. It really is. When children ask questions incessantly, I consider that an indicator of future intelligence. That's a predictor that they're going to be smart people, in my view, because they're curious about everything around them. So Nolan is very curious about characters, and he wanted to know what would the origin of Batman look like. I don't think he ever intended to do sequels. That's basically what I heard. But he felt there was enough possibility with the character and the world he had created that let's try the next one. And The Dark Knight, as I've said often on the show, is the greatest superhero film ever made. It's just phenomenal. It's just an absolute triumph. But it's a character study of Bruce Wayne and then, by extension, the Joker and then later Bane. He studies the psychology of those characters, just like in Memento, just like how Inception is a study of the dream world versus the real world and what drives people, what people are willing to do to get home. You know, that's what Inception is. Interstellar, which is a study of, you know, can the vastness of time and space truly separate us from those we love, which is really the question that Interstellar posits. Is love a faster than light transformational force. That's really what animates him. And so I think you're very wise to hit upon the fact that something like a detailed character study like The Invisible Man is just the kind of thing that Nolan would be interested in. I mean, Oppenheimer is the study of Oppenheimer, the superhero Oppenheimer, the man who invented the Prometheus that gave humanity the fire with which it can destroy itself. But by extension, Oppenheimer is a study of us, of humanity and our psychology, our self-destructive nature. It's a brilliant, brilliant cinematic achievement. A timely one, a necessary one. That earned $1 billion. A Billy Killer, a rated R biopic about the man who invented the bomb, is a Billy Killer. What a freaking talent, man. What a talent. Christopher Nolan has more talent in his freaking pinky than Leslie Headland has at all. All right, back to Dave Cullen's video. Anthony says Murder by Decree is my favorite Flipper movie. Cool. Thanks, Anthony. I confess to not knowing to what you refer. Wolfman suggests Grandmaster. That would be boring. I tend to agree. I think Invisible Man's a better idea. Herb Kush says, I tried to like Enterprise, but it lost me after a few episodes. Herb, listen to me. First couple seasons are rough. Fully admit that. There are some good ones, though. The episode Regeneration about the Borg. Listen, when I heard they were going to do a Borg episode, I went full-blown nerd apeshit pissed. Pissed. I was like, the Borg don't exist in this time. There's no way you can do that right. This is a cash grab. This is cynical. They shouldn't be doing this. The episode proved me wrong. It's genius. It's absolutely genius. It ties in the First Contact storyline from the movie. It's genius. And it's good. The Borg are malevolent and terrifying and undefeatable. It's great. It is so great. So trust me on this, Herb. Yes, there's a lot of stinkers in those. But listen, season 3 and 4, that show hits its stride. It's great. It's some of the best Star Trek you've ever seen. It is a loving homage to all other Star Trek. That's the difference. You know, Star Trek Discovery, the Abrams films, Strange New Worlds, Star Trek Picard, they sort of hate original Star Trek, and they don't understand it. Enterprise was before that, the Dark Times. It was a series that truly did want to answer interesting questions that predated Kirk and Picard. So it's worth it. It's definitely worth your time. Scott Bakula is a bit odd as a Star Trek captain, but he has a way of, you kind of warm up to him because he's much more rough around the edges. Look, he's not as civilized as Kirk. He's not as civilized as Picard and Janeway and Sisko. He is an earlier type of captain, and so he's rougher around the edges while still being more enlightened than we are in our time. It's great. It's really brilliantly done, and I came to quite love Scott Bakula in that role. Even though he has an odd cadence to his speech. He says eloquent things, and he makes persuasive arguments to the aliens he's debating over the view screen. But still, there's something kind of strange about the odd staccato beat and rhythm of his speech. But that said, he's a good captain. Anyway, that's my Jonathan Archer impression. Beardo's Dummy Thick Peach says, I loved Enterprise. Scott Bakula did a fantastic job. He found his way into it. My favorite character, though, on that show is absolutely Tucker. Like, Trip, the engineer, he's so good. He's a salt-of-the-earth Floridian. He's a Florida man. It's great. I love Tucker. He's a classic character. Oh, yes, Fu Man Blue. I loved Quantum Leap. I never missed it. Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I don't think Nolan would do something that's an obvious remake. I don't think that's Nolan's style. I know that's not what you're saying, but yeah, Invasion of the Body Snatchers is good. Grandmaster threw tons of ideas. Headless Horseman. Nah, I don't think that's Nolan's style either. I think Tim Burton already did that with Sleepy Hollow, and it was good. It was good. So, Frankenstein, Creature from the Black Lagoon. Dude, the possibilities are endless. I love where you're going with this. Van Helsing. Yeah. If done well, could be cool. Definitely. Okay, cool. So yeah, returning to Dave Cullen's video on Enterprise.
Played by William Shatner. Yes, William Shatner was supposed to appear in the 4th season of Star Trek Enterprise. So there's a recent article covering the details about this, and this article is from Slashfilm, how Star Trek Enterprise would have brought back William Shatner's Kirk. As documented in the Star...
Also, before the show was canceled... Listen, this is back when shows had to make the ratings. If they didn't make the ratings, they were canceled. This show's ratings were improving. They were improving, and they canceled it anyway. Partly because they were on a network that was going down the tubes anyway. It was called UPN, and it was already on the way out. However, if it had been a shitty Disney Star Wars show, it would have gotten 7 seasons. I confess to being a bit bitter. But to be fair, the Acolyte was canceled. So I have to acknowledge that. But that being said, in the 5th season of Enterprise, they were going to add an engineering section. So they were going to add that sort of second hull to the Enterprise design in the refit. And they were going to have the Romulan War. The Romulan War, which is referenced in the original Star Trek series. And it would have been rad.
Star Trek oral history book, The Center Seat, 55 Years of Star Trek, a companion to the documentary series of the same name, Enterprise Season 4's showrunner, the late Manny Coto, had even more unrealized plans to thrill Trekkies. One of them, bring in Captain Kirk and one-time film op-ed contributor himself, William Shatner, for a guest appearance. But wait, Enterprise was set more than 100 years before Kirk captained a starship, boldly going where no human had gone before. How could this have worked? According to Koto, Shatner's return was a story pitched by the actor himself. He would be playing Captain Kirk from the Mirror Universe, and a time-displaced one at that.
You know what's interesting? First of all, William Shatner actually is a talented writer. He's written several brilliant Star Trek novels, which is rare. An actor who's actually a good writer as well. But the other point, do you notice how Enterprise was set 100 years before the original Star Trek series? Isn't it fascinating that the Acolyte was also set 100 years before the Phantom Menace? It's amazing how Enterprise was able to never, ever step on the lore of the original series. It never contradicted anything that happened in the original series. If anything, it enhanced it because there was always that meme that like, oh, the Klingons didn't have head ridges in Kirk's time. Why is that, right? Of course, we all know it's because of production value and stuff like that. But what's brilliant about Enterprise is they had a couple episodes where they explain that. They have a really cool science fiction explanation of why the Klingons didn't have ridges in Kirk's time. And it's great. And it's meant to contribute to the story, not step on it, not rewrite it, add to it, contribute to it, honor it. Fascinating, those two paradigms, isn't it?
Time-displaced one at that. The later Deep Space Nine episodes set in the Mirror Universe established that Spock, Leonard Nimoy, had taken control of the Empire and reformed. Presumably, his first speed bump to power was Kirk. Koto's story would have filled in this detail. Mirror Spock had gotten a hold of the Tantalus field and used it on Kirk. This unmade Enterprise episode would reveal that the weapon did not disintegrate its targets, but transported them to a pocket universe. Mirror Kirk, dubbed Tiberius by Koto, would have made himself leader of the Tantalus field's prisoners.
That's pretty rad, actually. I'm really enjoying this. Tell me more.
They've forged this kind of community in basically a prison. The idea was if Archer and the Enterprise stumbled into this pocket universe and evil Tiberius Kirk was now an older man, but still formidable, and wanted to take control of the Enterprise and escape. It was a prison escape. So it would have been evil Kirk, William Shatner, Tiberius, trying to take over the Enterprise with other minions who had been trapped there. Manny Coto claimed the episode didn't happen because Paramount wouldn't pay Shatner's fee. His conspiratorial thinking was that they'd already written the show off as dead and weren't interested in even trying to save it with the publicity of a Shatner guest spot.
My God. And this is the same company that gave us 5 seasons of Star Trek Discovery STD, 2 seasons of Halo that hates the Halo story and hates the Master Chief and hates the fans of Halo. That's doing how many? A dozen, maybe, seasons of Strange New Worlds. Lower Decks, an idiot cartoon. 2 seasons of a tired, old, worn-out, browbeaten Picard. Then, when Terry Matalas turns it around and does a brilliant 10-hour movie in Picard Season 3 with all the original characters that the fans love and honors the lore, they cancel it. How can this be the same company? These are, God, the absolute cynicism of this company it's staggering.
I will include a link to the full /film article linked below in the description box.
Dude, that's not yet, because Beardo saying, man, it's so sad that they never made a Halo show, not a single episode. Sad, really. Yeah, I hear exactly what you're saying. The reality is, when I say that they hate Master Chief, I ain't lying, folks. Pablo Schreiber, the actor who portrayed Master Chief in The Nude, a.k.a. Buttface, because I'm sorry, folks, I'm just being constructive and offering constructive critique. His face is shaped like a butt, and he mushes it over every scene. And he said, well, if you don't like the fact that Master Chief takes off his helmet and has a good cry in an AI titty bar, crying about Cortana and his childhood, then you don't understand our show. That's not Master Chief, you moron. Master Chief is a stoic, towering figure. He is 7 feet of steel, metal, and implacable skill. But Chief, what if you miss your target? I won't. It's Master Chief, man. They hate that character. They hate it. Well, we can't do a character like that. He doesn't talk enough, and he doesn't cry enough, and he doesn't take off his helmet enough. He's just a hero that just wins and kills the bad guys. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's boring. You don't want to see that. Yes, we do. No, you don't. Shut up, stupid. That's what we're dealing with.
But anyway, I think it's fair to say that William Shatner's appearance in this Mirror Universe story would have just been a massive ratings draw for the series, and it could have generated such interest that many fans who'd stopped watching Star Trek at that stage might have come back. At the bare minimum, it would have been the highlight of the season. I recall many longtime fans had kind of checked out of Star Trek by that point, but if the studio had decided Enterprise was to be cancelled, it was unlikely then that they were going to throw the...
Dude, Jolene Blaylock, what a babe.
Enterprise was to be cancelled, it was unlikely then...
Dude, that's to Paul, Jolene Blaylock in the Mirror Universe as a slave. She's slave Vulcan. Slave Vulcan. Jolene Blaylock. She is a great character. She starts out as kind of a bitch, and they uglify her a lot in the first couple of seasons. No, I don't think it was, for reasons of wokeness like today. I think it was just because they were trying to make her look Vulcan, and they overdid it a little. They softened her appearance in the 3rd and 4th season. Dude, she is a stone cold babe. I think she was hotter than Jerry Ryan as 7 of 9. Seriously. Like, prove me wrong, bro.
They were going to throw the kind of money at the show that was required to pay Shatner's fee. As great as it would have been to have William Shatner return to play Kirk, albeit his Mirror Universe counterpart, I think the story we ended up getting was probably just as strong. In a Mirror Darkly was executed brilliantly and ranks among many fans' favourite episodes. Still, it is interesting to consider what might have been. At bare minimum, I think Enterprise deserved a 5th season. I mean, it was only really starting to get great in seasons 3 and 4. And this appearance by Shatner very possibly could have given the series the ratings bump it needed in order to justify a 5th season. Guys, let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you very much for watching. Please subscribe for more. Hit that like button. Share this video. Take care.
Hat tip, Dave Cullen. I just like celebrating Enterprise and having an excuse to talk about it. That's all that's for. Just one excuse to talk Enterprise. Let's see if I can find this. Season 3. Yes, there it is. The opening was better in the season 3 and 4. I can't play much of this, chat. I can't play much of it. But because I loved it. I don't care what anybody says. Dude, it was awesome. It was the story of humanity.
It's been a long road getting from there to here. It's been a long time, but my time is flying.
Oh yeah, I can't play any more of that, but I'll just turn off the sound for a second. They will so block my stream, but like I probably can't even do the visuals, honestly. I got to keep an eye on it. But like they show like the evolution of humankind and exploration. We're reaching for the stars, inventing airplanes, the space shuttle. It's so cool, man. Because this is really meant to be the story of humanity first getting to explore faster than light. Like this is the first time in human history that we can really go fat, like super fast. Like basically in the story for about 40 years, humans have been able to get to kind of nearby star systems, but it takes a long time. It's sort of like Alien. It takes a long time to get to the neighboring star, to even get a couple stars away. So we've barely dipped our toe in the universe. The Enterprise is a prototype vessel that is the first Warp 5 capable vessel. It can basically travel something like 20 times faster than the fastest ship that exists, and so it alone is finally getting to explore a lot of alien species and meet and see new worlds in a way that was not even close to possible even a few years ago. So it's really our first outing, and this is the story of how we got there. It's great. Okay, just a little more. Just a little more. Going where my heart will take. No, it's wrong with I can reach any star. Yeah, I'm not trying to be a singer on YouTube, so you know. Going where my heart will take me. Yes! Oh, I love Enterprise. It's such a great... Oh, wait, wrong one. There it is. That was Mr. Producer. Thank you. And minus 10 subscribers. Oh, no, come back. I don't care. Everyone bags on Enterprise. I don't care. It was brilliant. It was a great show. Give it a second chance. Yes. Grandmaster says big curves. Jolene was flat. No, she wasn't. Grandmaster. I think you need to re-examine the cast of Enterprise. That was not the case. What's this about? Oh, oh, R.I.P. Arizona. No, Full Man Blue. Arizona's alive and well. Anthony says, don't quit your day job. Yeah, that was... No, that's... I've got faith of the heart. No, that's terrible. Going where my heart will take me. Compared to Jerry Ryan... Yeah, oh no, I've started it now. I've really started. Well, Jerry Ryan was pretty busty. There's no denying. She was a busty lady. There's no denying that. But I think Jolene was just more more approachable. You know, she was, you know, she's that Vulcan you can change, you know? I can change her. she'll learn to feel, you know what I mean? Which I guess is kind of the same deal with 7 of 9, but it was just different, you know? She's Borg, she's very clinical about everything, you know what I mean? Let's see, what else? Herb says, Star Trek already did a story about an evil guy and his followers trying to steal the Enterprise. Yeah, it was called Khan, and probably a couple others. But, you know, that's just how it is. Look, there are lots of episodes that are kind of like rehashes of other episodes. It could have been cool, though. Dude, you know what? I'd have watched it. I'd have watched that. So, Fu Man Blue says, Jerry Ryan looked like a crazy chick that was about to lose her shit. Well, she's Borg. She was Borg. She's pretty cool. I missed that. Hey, check this out. For your consideration, chat. I've been watching these Panavision 1950s YouTube videos. They're so clever. They use AI to sort of take modern things and translate them into like a 1950s Technicolor movie. I thought this one was pretty cool because it's one of my favorite video games of all time. So I thought, why not? Super Smash Brothers in the 1950s.
Get ready for the ultimate showdown, where heroes, villains, and legends collide in one epic battle.
Yo, Fu Man Blue, Wrangler. Easy. Look at what, this is Samus Aran. What do you think of this one, Wrangler? Samus is your girl, man. She's like your favorite. What do you think of that?
Battle. Step into the world of Super Smash Bros., where iconic characters from across the gaming universe come together for a fight like no other. Mario with his signature jumps and fireballs. Squares all...
Herb says leave pause on Samus. Yeah, dude, we'll come back to Samus.
Up against Link, armed with sword and shield from Hyrule.
Now, that's a better Link than the one that they showed in the... Like in the previous, they did the Legend of Zelda one, and they had him as like maybe that was just supposed to be like young Link, because they do have him going through time in the Ocarina of Time, so it could be that. But this is more what I would picture for Link.
Shield from Hyrule. Pikachu brings the thunder.
I love Pikachu. That's so awesome, dude. Pikachu's the best. It's just a guy in a Pikachu suit.
While Donkey Kong's raw power shakes the battlefield. But they're not alone. Samus, Kirby, Fox, Peach, Ness, and a whole roster of fan favorites are here to throw down. Every match is unpredictable, with wild power-ups, daring moves, and smash attacks that can change the tide in an instant. Whether it's one-on-one duels or all-out brawls, the stakes have never been higher, and only the strongest will emerge victorious. And the brawls are more intense than ever with these
Yoshi looks like paper mache.
challengers. Mewtwo controls the field with psychic...
What the hell is Mewtwo? What is that? Oh, that didn't turn out well at all.
prowess. Lucina strikes fast...
Hold on. Would you like me to pause on that one, chat? Who's this supposed to be? I can't figure out this character. Mewtwo Nightmare Fuel. Yeah, that was Nightmare Fuel. But this is not so much Nightmare Fuel. Would you say this is a little better. Little better, chat. Yeah, I like that one a lot. I like this better. I like that. She's a wonderful lady. She's tough.
Her blade. Pit soars with divine precision, and the crafty Wario unleashes chaos.
Wario, he looks like... That is the weirdest. Dude.
Where he goes. Even Mr. Game & Watch joins the chaos.
Dude, Mr. Game & Watch is my favorite to play. I love playing as Mr. Game & Watch. He's so awesome.
Each fighter brings their own unique style and strategy, making every battle more unpredictable and exhilarating than the last. Prepare for the brawl of a lifetime, where alliances crumble and rivals rise.
What?
Super Smash.
What is that duck doing to that dog? What is that? Something's not right there. The duck hunt.
Rise. Super Smash Brothers, where legends are made.
Dude, these are popping up in my feed now because I've watched a few of them. Oh my god! Oh, wait! You know what? I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I did promise you. Hang on. I said we'd come back to Samus. We got to come back to Samus. For Wrangler. You know, he's a regular on this channel. He super chatted. Chat. That definitely earns him a second appearance of Samus Aran. I closed the tab, so I got to reopen it. Hang on. Here we go.
And legends collide in one
There it
epic
is. There
battle.
she is.
Step into the world of Super Smash Bros. Step into the world of Super Smash Bros.
Samus Aran. I don't know. I'm not sure who this other character is. It's been a while since I played. I haven't played the newest. Look at the most replayed. This is the most replayed. Can you figure out why this is the most replayed part of the video? It's definitely not because of what precedes this frame. That's it. I'm not gonna. Dude, Mewtwo. That is nightmare fuel. That is nightmare fuel. Yes. Dude, those are hilarious. Those are brilliant. What's the name of that channel? Hang on a second. Abandoned Films. Hat tip, Abandoned Films. It's pretty cool. 36 seconds later. Beardo saying, I'm not sure, but I have a couple of ideas. All right, chat. I do owe you something. So I will be, there is something I have to prepare. We're going to do some Galaxy-born chat before we wrap it up. So one more exciting, I have something to show you on the Galaxy-born front. So don't go anywhere. Please don't get up. And we are back. And because you've been good, chat, I'm going to show you what Fu Man Blue brought to me at the San Antonio Geeks and Gamers Nerdrotic meetup. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely, it is undeserved, and I object. I object to it. Just because once in a while, a little bit, the lid was not quite on tight enough, and I got a little bit of water on my shirt. He gets me this. What is this is humiliating. Ridiculous. All right, I've done my duty for king and country. You could have brought me something useful. Like a screwdriver set or something. I don't know what I would do with it. So, that's it. That's the captain's humiliation ritual. I've completed my, who was it? Was it John Cena? The humiliation ritual? I've completed it. Good, yes. So we're building the lore of it's for the channel. I sacrifice for you, my Chad. I sacrifice. What have I sacrificed? I use the tools of my enemies. I fight for a future I will never see. I abandon truth. I choose to be someone I am not. My ego has taken over. What have I sacrificed? Everything. I don't know the actual lines. I haven't memorized. That's Luthen. Luthen from Andor. Gosh, it is such a good... I might pull that clip. Just fun. And to think, Stop here, he missed it. Stop here, he missed it! He's off. A sweet prince across the pond is off to bed. What? What is this? Skunks! Skunks Workshop with a $5 super chat. Mr. Producer, if you would. Saying Galaxy Born. My dear Skunks, you do me too much honor. Thank you very kindly. Well, I must give the people what they want. I simply have no other choice. Mr. Producer, if you would, where is the... Do you have that? Yeah, but it was supposed to be ready. I said, listen, we spent all of this time in preparation and... Oh, the second tab? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. You couldn't do without you. Anyway, yes, here we are. Share screen. I'm becoming... it's the devil wears Prada, basically. I abuse the producer. So, I think it's funny. Galaxy Born is my current project, which is a futuristic science fiction space opera story. It is a military science fiction story set on the starship Independence of the United Commonwealth of Stars, commanded by Captain Cole Sadler. And his mission is to safeguard the citizens and colonies of the United Commonwealth of Stars, a multi-species alliance, not unlike the Federation, but not quite so utopian. But it is a republic founded in the early years of humanity exploring the Milky Way galaxy. So yes, and I bring this up because I wanted to show you one of the alien races. It is an alien race which we have fought an entire war against over the last... So basically, the story begins 7 years after the Xeno War, which is a 20-year conflict between humans and their allies, the Capruans and the Unda, versus the Rakoi, which are a somewhat reptilian species, and the Gladians, which are actually a species that can fly. So this is the Rakoi. Now there's a peace between us, an armistice, a ceasefire But the peace is not yet complete. And there is one hope, and that is the signing of a crucial treaty that will be the final end to the Xeno War after the 7 years of basically, shall we call it, détente, if you will. So let me show you this species. New share. So this is a artistic work I've licensed from the original artist. And this is the Rokoi. So they are a species that has been colonizing the galaxy for like 15,000 years. But they've been colonizing it at sublight speeds. So they don't actually have the ability, or at least when humans encounter them, they don't have the ability to travel faster than light. And they, for reasons that are somewhat mysterious, they fled their original homeworld 15,000 years ago, and they began this exodus across the stars. And what happens is, in the early days of human exploration, we just keep finding them on these colonies that they have founded thousands of years ago, and we try to settle peacefully or work with them and negotiate for colony rights. But one of the problems we encountered is that they had these generational starships that were already en route to colonies that we have colonized. But because we can travel faster than light, we are able to detect these sublight vessels that are en route. So it creates a crisis. So imagine that you've settled a planet and you suddenly discover that in about 2,500 years, an alien spacecraft, which is en route, is going to arrive with generations of colonists who have been traveling through the void of space for thousands of years to get to this planet. And they're going to arrive after you've been settling this planet for 2,500 years. What's going to happen? Well, this creates a profound moral crisis. We can't just settle this planet knowing that it's already spoken for, even if we got here first. That would be a repeat of what happened to the Native Americans. But on the other hand, we have a right to settle the galaxy, don't we? And so, at first, we tried to reach out and negotiate with this species, but it went badly when one of their number stole the technology for faster than light travel and started with an iron fist, sort of like Alexander the Great, started uniting all of the different planets of this species into an empire and decided to invade Earth's holdings and began a 20-year war of annihilation against the United Commonwealth of Planets and, by extension, Earth. And we won this war, but at great cost. And so now the main story is going to be about preserving the peace with our supposedly new allies, the Rokoi. So they're no longer our enemies. It's sort of like how we were rebuilding Japan and Germany after World War II. The problem is, after you've been fighting these powerful, intimidating creatures for years, it's a little difficult to put aside your anger. So there you go. That is the Rokoi. So I'm working on it. We're working on it, chat. It's going to be great. We're going to make science fiction great again. If Paramount does not want to make proper Star Trek, if Lucasfilm wants to waste the Star Wars universe, if Bungie and 343 Studios want to run Halo into the ground with buttface, screw them! If BioWare wants to turn Mass Effect into a shit show with pronouns in bio, to hell with them. I guess we'll just have to do it ourselves, won't we? Won't we? So there you go. Galaxy Board. What do you think, chat? Fu-Man, no, don't you dare. Don't you dare tell Starfury to check the replay. I don't want him to see that. I waited until he went off to bed. I waited for that. Oh, come on, Herb Kush. Oh, come on. He says, what did Mario say when he broke up with his girlfriend? It's not you. It's a me, a Mario. That's kind of funny. I like that. I enjoy that one. No, it's not funny. The bib is not funny, Beardos. Don't laugh at that. You're not allowed to laugh at that. That mutiny is afoot. Say what like Carmine Falcone? Now you think because your mommy and your daddy got shot that you've seen the ugly side of life, but you've never tasted desperate. That's great. I love it when I love Cillian Murphy as Scarecrow in those movies. He is so good. Listen, Falcone's like, Doc, I think the inmates are running the asylum, and then Scarecrow's like, would you like to see my mask? You know, a guy like you, it wouldn't scare you, but the crazies in here, it drives them insane. You know, oh man, he's so good. The Batman has a talent for disruption. Dude, I love Batman Begins. Such a good movie. What is it that you want the captain to see? Is there something in the Discord? Oh, geez. Star Wars. This is the Panavision for The Empire Strikes Back. Let's take a look at this. Here we go. Share a screen. Hat tip immersive film. Hat tip immersive film.
Rages on in the most thrilling chapter yet.
It's The Empire Strikes Back.
The Empire is striking back, and the fate of the galaxy hangs by a thread. The Rebel Alliance may have dealt a blow to the evil Galactic Empire, but their fight is far from over. As Darth Vader tightens his chokehold on the galaxy, the rebels are forced into hiding. But fear not. On the icy planet of Hoth, one woman stands at the...
Well, I mean, we should analyze this video. We should analyze whether this is a really good trailer for Empire Strikes. I mean, this is a pretty cool alternative take. There's a couple of things that are pretty good about it. Definitely agree. What? Who is this? Is this Mon Mothma or is this Leia?
Heart of a rebellion. She's radiant.
What?
She's beautiful.
I don't want these. This is gratuitous. This is. I don't think this is actually about Star Wars.
It's Princess Leia. A courageous leader, a fierce fighter.
Dude, it's like a lot of vagina. It's Austin Powers. Fighting a lot of vagina. Or Ivana. My name is Ivana. Ivana hump a lot.
Fighter and the hope of the galaxy itself. As their secret base comes under siege, and the Empire's relentless forces are closing in.
All right, gotta be careful, because you never know who will copyright strike you.
This fearsome gal commands the fight against...
That's all this is! This is all... They're like, oh, it's a Star Wars. This is not a Star Wars trailer.
the sinister Galactic Empire. And she's got the cutest sidekick in the galaxy by her side. No, not Han Solo. We're talking about Lil Chewie, the most adorable and loyal Wookiee co-pilot.
How many views does this have? 28,000 views posted 5 days ago. Almost a million subscriber channel. Gee. Oh, look at all their other videos. Oh, no. I wonder what they're going for here. I wonder how they're climbing in the algorithm. It's a mystery. There you go. That was Grandmaster that recommended that one. Little Chewy. Yeah, I agree, Herb. Now, that's a girl boss I could learn to love. You know? I wonder if she gets... Oh, settle down, Anthony. That's very naughty. It's naughty of you to wonder that. I suspect you have ulterior motives. This is a high-class show. This is a high-class... we are part of the pedigreed intellectual class of sophisticates here on the Swords and Starship channel. Yes. Asked and answered, Fu Man Blue. What else do I have in the stack of stuff? I think we went through the whole thing. We're just in overtime now. Skunks never wants us to go, and I just feel bad about it. It's like when the kids have to leave grandma's house, and your heart just breaks for them. But we gotta go. But I am curious what Pitch Meeting is up to. I've really come to love this channel. I'm really loving this channel, Pitch Meeting. Have you seen this? I mean, it's kind of old news at this point. Everyone knows Pitch Meeting. Let's just see if there's anything new. They got The Shining, Superman 3, Megalopolis, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. Nah. We could do Alien Romulus. I'm thinking either Alien Romulus or... Rebel Moon. Rebel Moon. Oh, I'm so tempted to... I've been wanting to do the Rebel Moon one for a while. Let's do Alien Romulus. Did I do this one already? I don't think I did. I don't think I did Alien Romulus. I keep passing on Rebel Moon because I practically meme the hell out of it anyway. And by the way, nobody cares about Rebel Moon. Nobody cares about it. It's like it's a memory hold project. It's the dumbest, saddest example of like why shows like Ahsoka and The Acolyte and the Book of Boba Fett, they would not exist without the name Star Wars, because Rebel Moon is every bit as good as those projects. But there's no shills for Rebel Moon. There's no shills. Here we go. Pitch Meeting, hat tip Pitch Meeting. This is Alien Romulus.
So, you have a movie for me?
Yes, sir, I do. I was thinking we'd do another Alien movie.
Oh, it has been a couple of years since we had an alien burst out of someone's chest.
And like 45 years since the original.
What? That can't be right.
1979. Oh, I don't like how time works. It certainly does seem to keep marching on. So at the beginning of this movie, the space probe is going to visit the wreckage of the Nostromo, the ship from Alien.
Kind of seemed like that thing was absolutely vaporized by explosions.
Yeah, well, turns out it wasn't. And this space probe...
Yeah, what is it? What is it with modern movies saying, oh yeah, that giant nuclear annihilation of that object, be it the Death Star or the Nostromo or whatever, yeah, there were still pieces left. That was a nuclear explosion that eclipsed all of space behind Ripley's ship. You're telling me there was anything left? Like it was a fusion nuclear detonation. Yeah, brothers, tons of debris. It's like, no, there wasn't.
Probe recovers that same xenomorph.
Oh, kind of seemed like Ripley killed that thing by launching it into space.
Yeah, well, turns out she didn't, and it made its way back.
Well, okay then.
So anyway, we're gonna meet this orphan named Rain, who lives on this Weyland-Yutani mining planet, which sucks.
Played by Kaylee Spaney, the default human. Like, she's the default human. Like, if a human's on a default setting, that's Kaylee Spaney. Look at her. Look at her. She's not unattractive. Don't understand, chat. I am not. She's a great actor. She's attractive. She's, fine. She just has the most forgettable face I've ever seen. It's just not her fault, man. No disrespect.
Rain, who lives on this Weyland-Yutani mining planet, which sucks.
Okay.
And she's finally worked enough hours.
Like, for example, you've got this actor, Mia Goth, okay? I just watched this film. I have to be transformative, chat. Bear with me. I just watched this film, Maxine, which is the third installment of the X trilogy. So, X being the first film, which was great. I love that film. Pearl, which was a prequel to the X film, which was also excellent. Maxine, it's There's a lot about it I like, but it's definitely not as good as the other two. Anyway, the main actress in all three cases is Mia Goth. Now, she's attractive, she's pretty, she's kind of got a next door, like an approachable quality to her, but like she's got like kind of a birthmark on her face, and she looks kind of odd generally, right? Okay? I'm not trying to... What I'm saying is, she looks a little bit odd, but she's also really attractive. But the thing is, there's no one on earth that looks like her. She is immediately like striking to look at in a good way, right? Ditto Anya Taylor-Joy, right? She's just got she's got striking features. You could easily pick her out of a lineup anytime. And what I'm saying is, Kaylee Spaney doesn't have that. I don't know why. Doesn't mean she won't have a great career. I'm sure she'll have a fine career.
To leave, but they extend her miserable contract. Oh, not treating your workers right. That's deeply evil. Oh, come on. Don't give me that look just because I desperately want to replace you with AI but haven't yet figured out the correct PR angle to make it seem not dystopian. All right, so anyway.
That's right, Mr. Producer. You're on notice.
She lives with her brother Andy, who's an android that her father left for her before he died. Very sweet. And one day her ex-boyfriend Tyler comes to her with a proposal. Weird environment to get married in. No, see, he's heard about this spacecraft floating above them that contains cryopods, which would let them leave to a planet that's 9 years away. Oh. You can see that.
By the way, I loved that concept. I thought that was super cool. Like, we got to go get these cryopods because the only way to survive, the trip is to be in cryostasis. There's not enough, you can't be awake for 9 years because there's not enough food, there's not enough resources. Cryostasis is the way you get to that other planet. That's a cool idea. I like that. I like that a lot.
They need Andy to come along because as an android, he can open doors and whatnot. So they take off as a little squad. Hey, who else is in this squad? Well, there's Tyler's cousin Bjorn, who hates androids. There's his girlfriend Navarro. And then there's Kay, who's his sister, who's pregnant. I imagine we'll learn a little more about them than that. Not really, no. What about the pregnant?
And they are all the most flat, boring, forgettable characters. I couldn't have even told you all those relationships. I didn't even know who was related to who. Didn't care,
Lady, what's her deal? She's a lady who's pregnant. Okay, well, I trust the pregnancy will go smoothly, as will the birthing process. Actually, it won't. What? I know you thought I was introducing a pregnant lady into an alien movie to not do something gross with it, but I'm gonna do something gross with it. Diabolical! So anyway, now it's time to go to the spaceship. Well, it's gonna be hard for them to fly a ship there right under the nose of the company. Actually, it's gonna be super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Oh, really? Yeah, see, they go, they take a ship and go. Oh, you don't need authorization to leave the planet in a ship? Yeah, I guess it's like, where are you gonna go, I guess.
This is exactly the moment in the film when it starts to, like, break down, right? It's like, so Rain lives on a planet owned by the company, and the deal is you have they're sort of like indentured servants. They have this contract with the company. By the way, at first I was liking this. I was like, oh, this is interesting. I'm really into this. The deal is, we will set you up on a colony, we'll give you a job, we'll pay you, you'll get health care benefits, whatever, but you got to work for us for like 10 years. Which is that's a pretty interesting concept. You've got to fill a quota. If you don't, you're going to be extended. You're going to have to work for us longer. The trick is they keep moving the goalpost, right? It's a catch-22. So Rain wants to leave the planet, but they tell her, you can't leave the planet because you haven't met your quota. We're extending your contract. You can't do that. Yes, we can. We're the company. Screw you. Thank you for choosing Disney. I mean, so I'm thinking, okay, fine. But then it turns out if you have a ship, you can just leave. Nobody cares. Wait, you're telling me that the quasi-fascistic company that literally is enslaving people just doesn't care if someone leaves and goes into orbit? Nobody cares? How does that make a lick of sense? It doesn't. Then it's like, oh, there's this company ship that just came into orbit and it's got valuable technology on it that we need. We better go get it. You don't think that the military on the planet or the law enforcement on the planet or all the scavengers who also have ships on the planet or all the other desperate people that want to flee their contract on the planet None of those people took an interest in a company starship coming into orbit? No, nobody takes an interest in it except the main characters. Shit, this movie is stupid. This movie is so dumb. I kind of forgot how dumb this movie is.
Somebody want to send their own ship up there? No. Why not? Because that works. So our heroes get onto this ship and find the cryopods, but they need fuel, so they need to go deeper into the ship. Uh-oh.
You know, and by the way, guys like Mauler and myself who critique stuff like this, and yes, I'm comparing myself to the genius Mauler. Not really. The reason why it frustrates me that there's such a dumb plot hole in this is that it just so happens that if the company were like paying attention to who's leaving orbit and tried to stop them, or maybe a company investigator also goes to the ship and he has orders to kill anyone that is boarded it illegally on site. Shit, dude, that could be fun. That could be interesting. That could add a ticking clock. That could raise the stakes. It could, and maybe the investigator who has orders to like use lethal force against looters, maybe in an act of desperation to save his own skin, he teams up with the scavengers to survive the aliens. That might be what's called a movie. So what I'm saying is, why would you leave that on the table as a writer? So it's not that it's not just that it's a plot hole. It's that you're ignoring what would make this movie more interesting, which is who's on their tail. What the hell happened to movies? Like, what happened to storytelling? I don't understand. Roll tape.
But they accidentally trigger a lockdown and release some face huggers. Hugging faces is tight. And so to override this lockdown, Rain puts this chip from a damaged android Rook into Andy, which upgrades him. Oh, you know.
Which, by the way, this is one of the best moments in the film. I liked it. I was like, oh, this is good. Oh, we're getting somewhere now. This is fun.
Oh, we should get to play Rook. Ian Holm, you know, he played Ash in the original. Oh, sir, I'm sorry to say, Ian Holm passed away a couple years ago. That's okay. That's okay. What do you mean? We can't let something as trivial as death stop us. We can't let anything stop us. Okay.
You see what I mean? This is what I mean about the Skinwalker stuff. I don't like it. This is exactly the energy I think of.
Can we at least make sure it looks really good? No deal! Oh my god. So then what happens? Well, one of the face huggers hugs Navarro right on the face, so they need to get that off. Oh yeah, those things will hug you in the face.
Oh my god, this is another part that starts to break down. So the face huggers, which are lethally fast in this movie, and are really frightening at first, and are one of the most frightening parts of the Alien canon, okay? It turns out you can just pull them off your face if you just catch it in time and you're fine. Oh, you could just bat them away and they're easily swatted aside. They completely nerfed the face huggers in this movie. Completely nerfed them. They're not even scary. Then they did the exact same thing to the xenomorphs. The xenomorphs are completely nerfed. This movie is a catastrophe for the Alien canon.
And run back to the ship and a chest burster bursts out of her chest. Well, that happened fast. Did it happen that fast in the other movies? No, but when you speed these things up, you get to look faster. That's a good point. So then we're gonna have a bunch of really cool set pieces. Oh yeah? Like what? Have you ever seen lady parts? What? Lady parts. You ever seen some? I've heard of them. Me too. So we're going to put some giant lady parts onto the wall, and a xenomorph's going to pop out and stab Bjorn in the eye. Oh, my God. And their ship they arrived on is going to crash into the hangar of the big ship. Oh, wow. What are the odds it would crash right into there? 61%. That's a pretty specific number. Oh, that's a pretty specific place to crash. I guess that logic tracks. And also, Rain and Tyler are going to get some guns. Oh, boy. Here we go. Yeah, but if they shoot any of the aliens, they're going to bleed acid blood, which will burn through the hull of the ship and cause an explosive decompression and kill everybody. Oh, it's gonna be tough for them to kill aliens without using guns. Actually, it's gonna be super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Oh, really? Yeah, see what Rain does is she uses her gun. What? In zero gravity. Oh. What? Yeah, she kills a bunch of aliens, but because of the gravity, the blood just floats around, and she has to, like, dodge it. It's gonna be pretty cool. When their bodies continue actively bleeding, how would none of that reach the edge of the ship? No, they all bleed like one burst of blood each, and then their bodies kind of just disappear. Nice. Oh, and we're gonna have a really cool scene where Andy says, "Get away from her, you B-word." Butthole? Bitch. Hey, watch it! No, that's what he says to an alien. It's an iconic line of Ripley's, believe it or not. That's an iconic Ripley line. It sure is, sir. Wait, why does an android say that? Because it's an iconic line in this franchise, and in Legacy sequels, characters have to say iconic lines, even if it's unnatural and doesn't really make sense in context. Right, but seems kind of...
You know what? Pause, Mr. Producer, if you would, because that is absolutely nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. I was so mad at that part of the movie. I was so pissed. Literally, I just went, "Oh, come on!" I just shouted it out loud. I was, "Oh, come on! How can you do that? That's Ripley's line. It has nothing to do with this character."
Kind of really weird. Kind of, yeah, but our hands are tied by a trope we ourselves created and constantly reinforce. Yeah, not much to do about that. Anyway, then that pregnant girl's gonna give birth to an 8-foot-tall monster. Oh! Yeah, it's a real gross giant baby hybrid that feeds on her and kills her, but Rain manages to launch it into space, which maybe doesn't kill aliens. Well, this one's launched into space rings, so... You know, I'll bring it back if I want to. Fair enough. So what do you think? Sounds like a great time. This will be a great fit to go directly to Hulu. Oh, I kind of thought this would be a theatrical release. I don't know. Alien Covenant didn't do so hot in theaters. Yeah, but I don't know. I kind of feel like people might head to the cinema if we go back to basics. You know, dark space horror, no nonsense. Okay. Hi, this is Ryan George from The Thing You Just Watched. Please enjoy this.
At tip Ryan George, a pitch meeting. Dude, that was phenomenal. That's so good. Barely an inconvenience. What did I see in the chat? I saw the Grandmaster says, Fu Man, Grandmaster is not here right now. He's busy watching Hot Women in Star Wars. Leave a message. It's hilarious. That's kind of an interesting... You know, I think Millie Bobby Brown, Anthony, has a distinctive look about her. But I can see your point. Anthony's saying that Kaylee Spaney has that Millie Bobby Brown look to her. Yeah, I suppose. Herb Kush says, Romulus is such a piece of crap, and yet everyone is raving it. I mean, look, it's the same reason that people like the Acolyte or Agatha. It's like, oh, look, the lightsaber is red. It's oh, look, it's Anakin. Anakin is in it. Anakin, and he Vadered. Anakin Vadered. He Vadered all over me. And, you know, it's like the guy I'm talking to. He's like, I hope he's not watching. Because I mean, I hope he is. I need the views. Like bad. But anyway, no, it's like the guy is watching Agatha. And he's like, Wanda's son is in it. You mean the son that she didn't have that wasn't real? Yes, but he's real now. Wiccan is her son. Was that exciting? Was that exciting? Well, I mean, it connects to WandaVision. I mean, it's cool. You know, it's like, okay. Just lower your standards and you'll enjoy it. What's wrong with you? Just lower your standards and enjoy Venom. Venom is in it. Venom does Venom stuff. You know what I mean? That's what Romulus is. Oh, he said the line. He said, "Get away from her, bitch." That doesn't fit his character. It has no connection to Ripley. When Ripley said it, it was deeply meaningful. It was about a surrogate mother-daughter relationship. Shut up! No, but that's what he said, and she said it too. It's good. You know what I mean? That's all Romulus is. It's just stupid key jangling. So yes, of course people are praising it. Why wouldn't they? Listen, people are losing. They are losing connection with real stories. It's really fascinating because I remember Chris Gore was talking about how they did the re-release of the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man films in theaters. Was it Chris Gore or was it Shad? I think it was Shad of Shadiversity. He was on Friday Night Tights. He was just talking about how sitting in a packed house, it was one of those two. I can't remember, honest to God. They're sitting in a packed house and there's a bunch of families and kids in the audience and they're watching Spider-Man, right? And the scenes that drove them wild were like some of the scenes like with, Peter Parker saving Mary Jane. They loved the romance story. They loved the battle with the Green Goblin. They loved the drama of Harry and, Norman Osborn and just and they were just, it was pleasing the crowd. And then the second film, it was the same thing. It was just a crowd pleaser. And it's like, I haven't heard an audience sound like that in years. They were having a great time. They were a young audience that had never seen these characters. They had never seen this movie before. And they were loving it. Why? Because it was about a hero. It was about friendship and betrayal and a dastardly villain and love and romance. It was about all of that. Because it was about a story. It's a story. Godzilla -1 is a story. It's about a man who has to face his cowardice. He has to face the man in the mirror. He has to rise to the occasion. He has to avenge the death of Noriko. He has to safeguard the future of Akiko. He must fly the mission. One man, mano a mano. With 1,000 stories of pure lizard muscle and Godzilla, he must face him. He must be willing to give his very life to save Tokyo and his family and his friends. It's a beautiful story. It's a story. It's a story. Alien Romulus to key jangling. That's all it is. The lightsaber is red. I don't care. I don't care that it's red. It's Hayden Christensen. Anakin is in it. I don't care. Well, you just don't like having fun. You don't get to come to my watch parties. Fine. I'll go do a live stream. Screw you. I don't need a watch party. I'm just trying to help you. I'm just trying to help you. I am trying to help you raise your standards. I want you to ask for more from your storytellers. Demand a better Star Trek. Demand it. They have heard you, my dear friends. They have heard you. Don't surrender good storytelling. Don't bend the knee. Don't leave the fandom. I love that Grace Randolph. It's like, well, I'm so surprised that people within the fandom are criticizing this. That's incredible. Think about that statement. Do you realize what she's saying there? She's saying that she believes that the Marvel fandom has shrunk and that the chuds and the bigots have left the fandom, and we now have the real fandom. It's the real fandom now. And then when that fandom starts criticizing Agatha, she's like, what? Fans don't criticize. Fans don't ever criticize anything. That's not supposed to happen. Because in their sick, twisted view of fandom, what they're saying is we should leave the fandom. We should leave the fandom. And you know what we say to that on the Swords of Starships channel?
We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender!
Chat's probably going to make me retire that clip. They're going to be like, all right, that's it, Captain. You've hit your limit of Sir Winston. That's it. I appreciate what you're doing. You're a brilliant man and a fearless leader, We love you dearly, Captain, but Sir Winston is a bit overused at this point, and it's necessary to rotate the video, and you know, to that I would just say
Good morning. Good morning.
Don't make me do it, chat. I'll do it. I'll give you Bill Pullman and Sir Winston. No. He's gone too long, folks. The producer's letting me know that I'm going mental now because I've been sitting in the same position for too many hours. Skunk says I only watch Pitch Meeting when you show it. Yeah, well, I only watch it when I show it, so because I want to watch it with you, my dear chat. No, it's look, I can't. It can't all be Grizzy videos, okay? Grizzy's contributed too much to this channel. He has. Herb Kush says, yeah, Pitch Meeting is super easy, barely an inconvenience. I cannot get over the idea that they just lift off. They just lift off and they go to space, and the evil fascistic corporation that has no qualms about enslaving its workforce don't even care. They don't even care that one of their ships is in orbit. And they don't care that some scavengers are leaving the planet to go explore it. And nobody else takes an interest in the massive starship currently orbiting the planet. That's so stupid. God. And it's like, well, lower your expectations and just enjoy the face huggers. Why? Why should I do that? I'll never forget a literal film director said to me when I expressed my dissatisfaction with Kurtzman Trek, and I very lightly, mildly, constructively, and compassionately tore it to absolute shreds and said that Kurtzman is the dumbest man in entertainment. He countered, fair enough, Garrett. However, don't you think that if you want good Star Trek, you should support Kurtzman Trek? What? What? Support it? I just told you. It's the worst Star Trek ever made. It's a crime against Star Trek. It's disgusting. It's awful. So don't come down here and tell me that I gotta support it. You've never tasted desperate. It is not logical. What else is in the chat? Oh, I'm so with you on this, Beardos. I wanted to like Romulus so bad. Oh, well. Anyways, I'm telling you, I will say this. The first, act as shitty as all those aspects of it are, I still regard it as one of the funner times I've had in the theater. It's kind of, I can't square that circle. I admit I can't square that circle, but I kind of enjoyed, the third act was pretty terrible, and I was very frustrated with it. But I was enjoying the first, 40 minutes or so, even though I started thinking, oh, that doesn't make sense. That's a plot hole. But I'm still kind of with it, and I'm enjoying the ambiance and the creatures. I'm enjoying the dark, creepy hallways. I'm liking that aspect of it, and that was fun and inviting. And I liked Andy, as I've said. I think Andy was a great character and super interesting. And honestly, the story should have basically been carried by him as the antagonist. I think he should have been the antagonist, and he could come back to the good side at the end, but he should have been the antagonist of the film, and that would have been excellent. Him versus her as kind of the, where the struggle, the loggerheads are in the story. I think that would have been super fun. It was a great reveal when he gets the update. That was a great twist. And I was like, oh, this is cool. And we got to see more of the company. We got to see life on the colony. It felt like the world was expanding. It was expanding the lore. And then it just destroyed it all in the third act. And I thought, and I couldn't help but think after that movie, I'm like, but why? Why? It's the same thought I had with Terminator Zero. It's like, don't you want to be original? don't you want to do something new? I don't understand. I don't, it's a world you fear, but you don't understand. As Carmine Falcone said, as played by the great Tom Wilkinson. Yeah, I wanted to love that movie. It's what that is actually, I would probably categorize Alien Romulus as my greatest disappointment of the year. I think that's my greatest disappointment of the year because I felt like, wow, there was real potential there. There was real potential. Even like honestly, I liked the first Joker film, but I did not care enough about it to really care that Joker Folie à Deux sucked. I really don't care. It sucked. Moving on. But that one I would have really liked a good classic solid. Listen, the first 30 minutes of that movie, Alien Romulus, was giving me Alien Isolation vibes, which is, if you don't know, that is a video game in which it also is an inter-equal between Alien 1 and Aliens. It's actually a better story. And it follows, you play as Ripley's daughter, who is looking for what happened to her mother, Ellen Ripley, and you have to fight a bunch of aliens, but you can't fight them. You have to hide from them and use engineering tricks. It's a stealth game. It's terrifying. It's like being in a slasher movie. It's like being in the first Alien movie. Phenomenal. It's called Alien Isolation. It's so terrifying and nerve-shredding. I couldn't finish it. I had to just watch one of those player movies where they just play all the cutscenes for you. Look, I'm admitting it. I threw in the towel. I couldn't take it anymore, folks. That game is terrifying. And honestly, I was like, I must be close to the end, but I can't. I was nowhere even close to the end of the game. I had played probably 20 hours of it, and I was like, surely I'm close to the end. I wasn't. I had no idea. I was at the tip of the iceberg of that game. You go through alien nests and hives. You go through crazy set pieces in that game. And I hadn't even scratched the surface. I couldn't believe it. I was like, I'm 20 hours into this. How can I not even be at the halfway mark? I was about quarter of the way through it, basically. And I just watched, but it's such a good story. It's so good. That's a better movie, quite frankly, than Alien Romulus. So yes, I wanted to like Alien Romulus a lot. You're a great disappointment to me, Alien Romulus. A great disappointment. I would say my greatest faith rewarded this year was Dune Part 2. I would say that was faith rewarded. That was, yes! Now, there are a couple of things I would slightly tweak. I think the final battle set piece could have been better. There could have been a better high tower surprise. I definitely think we needed about twice as much Fade Rotha in that movie. Like minimum 100% more Fade Rotha, as played by the unbelievably brilliant Austin Butler. That character is terrifying. That character is terrifying. I'd say the most pleasant surprise of the year has been Penguin. The Penguin. Who needed the Penguin? Apparently I did, because it's freaking great. Sophia Falcone, excellent. She is an excellent female antagonist. The Shills only wish they could have had a character like this in Acolyte. I'm telling you right now. The Shills, they wouldn't know what to do with a character as brilliant as Sophia in The Acolyte or Ahsoka or just name it. You just name it. Indiana Jones and the Diaper of Destiny. Get out of here with that shit. I would say, I'd say that's, what's the most expectations? Uh-oh. Did my stream just crash? Hang on a second. My page crashed. That was weird. I lost the chat for a second. Okay, cool. I think we're online. I just had my browser crashed on me. I gotta update my browser. I swear to God, Chrome badgers me for an update every freaking 12 hours. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. I update Chrome the next day. Chrome is back begging for another update. What? What is up with that? It's really annoying. I don't remember Chrome being this way years ago. Chrome used to be the gold standard for internet browsers, and now it's like it's the browser that is begging for updates every hour on the hour. It's quite annoying. But not annoying enough for me to change to Safari. Screw Safari. I won't have it. I won't have Safari on my ship. I won't have it. Fu Man Blue says isolation is scary for sure. I didn't get far. Oh, dude. Dude. You are hiding in vents while the saliva of the alien is just dripping down in front of you. You're like, oh, please. Oh, please. It's so great. Dude, I've never been in a game where I am studying every environment for like where are the hiding places. I'm like, okay, where's the cabinet or the cabinet I can hide in or the desk I can climb under? Dude, nothing will ever quite compare to the video game experience of hearing thump, thump, thump. And you're like, oh shit, and you dive under a desk, and then you see the legs of the xenomorph walking next to the desk, and you're like, oh, please, oh, please. Dude, it's fantastic. It's a great game. It's a brilliant game. It's too brilliant, quite frankly, because I couldn't finish it. It's too terrifying. So, yeah, good times. Skunk says, never retire that clip. That is powerful, Skunks. Thank you. Says, never retire Sir Winston. Never. Fu Man Blue says, it is interesting how Godzilla made it about saving his home and family rather than the world, even though the beast would be a threat to us all if he hadn't figured it out. I would say he is mostly... Yeah, he's mostly fighting for his family and his friends, but he's also fighting for Tokyo and his home. Like, there's definitely that attitude of patriotism in the film. Like, he feels he failed his country in the beginning, and this is him finally serving his country. And it just, look, I could go on about all the brilliant elements of Godzilla -1 for hours. But that's one of the elements I love. The fact that what the fascist government of Japan demanded of him during World War II was to just die, to just be meat for the grinder. And he feels like he's failed his country because he opted out of that deal. And what's fascinating is that when he's finally willing to sacrifice his life, now it's because of his choice, not the choice of his government, not the orders of a regime. It's him choosing to do it for those he loves. And it's the very comrades that first shamed him, which now tell him, live. Live. Oh, I love that movie. I love it. I cry like a baby every time. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. Don't tell anyone that. That's just between us. That's just among friends. Don't tell anyone. Godzilla -1. One of my favorite films of all time. It's just instant classic. Instant classic. Nailed it at every level. Just nailed it. What could give you more joy? I don't know. I do know that parting is such sweet sorrow. But we've been going over 5 hours. It's getting upset. It's getting excessive. It's getting excessive. I've got to wrap this. Got to wrap this episode up. But I am telling you, I'm just having the time of my life hanging out with you, my dear sailors and Starnauts. It's the highlight of my week. I have so much fun. Parting is such sweet sorrow, and yet we must part. All good things come to an end. Skunk says, I watched my son play Isolation. Great material. Oh, it's so good. It is so good. Thanks for hanging out. No, Skunks, 5 freaking hours, and you're saying producer's early with the music? No, he's not. He's right on time. Mr. Producer nailed it. He deserves the praise. He does. Tricks are for rabbits. All right, my dear sailors and starnuts. Well, this is Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel saying, until next time, I will see you out there.